welcome to Tuesday's action here at the Online Darts Live League in Week 8. A fantastic group yesterday, including this guy right here, Arron Monk, who topped the group somehow on 6 points. We had yesterday, in my opinion, the best first day of a group that we have seen in the last couple of months. It was that close. 2 points separate Arron Monk in top spot with 6 points and +4 in leg difference with the bottom spot, which is Wayne Warren on 4 points and -3. There is nothing between all of these players, which makes Tuesday even more enticing. Well, may the 4th be with all of the players today. It is, of course, Star Wars Day. But most importantly to me, it's John Henderson's birthday, so happy birthday, Hendo. And who is going to mark that wonderful occasion with a memorable day today. Arron yesterday had an up and down time of it.
140.
And in his own words this morning, he's going to smash everybody today. That is the natural confidence and swagger that comes from Arron Monk on the morning of a darts tournament. Yesterday, this match was the last match of the 15, which you will see. This time it is the first, just to change things up a bit. Of course, every match is best of 7 legs. Straight start 501, double to finish, and the bullseye is double to 25. Standard rules.
140.
And this is a very tidy start from Arron Monk, who leaves himself on double 14 after 12.
83.
No time at all to get to the oche. Has to shift to the right.
In 2.
And takes the double 14 on the small caress of the left side of the barrel. A really, really good start from Arron Monk, who averages around 107 in the first leg of the day. He's going to try and keep that going to keep top spot. Now that look from Scott Baker is one of, could this be just like yesterday? And to be fair to Scott Baker, out of everybody yesterday, he may have grafted the most out of everyone, because he had first game yesterday where he lost 4-1 to Robert Owen. He then lost 4-0 to Andy Jenkins, and you thought maybe Scott Baker hasn't really found any comfort at the beginning of play yesterday, but after that he beat Wayne Warren 4-3. And then he beat Ryan Hogarth 4-2 after Ryan Hogarth was
60.
on the cusp of a 9-darter in that match. And then he beat Arron Monk in the last game of yesterday. So what a comeback it was to keep himself in contention in Group A.
44.
But in contrast, Arron Monk
60.
was doing things right yesterday and fell towards the end. Did well enough to reach the top of the table, but doesn't have any cushion there. So that might actually work in his favour. Scott Baker looking for a 1-4-1, which is something we did see yesterday.
99.
And we'll get onto that in the next match.
121.
That was a lazy dart. He knows it. You can't take for granted that you're going to hit a single.
Oh, come on. 20.
And as a result, he will only get 2 darts a double. Just gets that single.
Game.
But does get the double 10, which is a key shot. Big misses from Scott Baker early on double 16. That's cost him the second leg, and it's given Arron Monk the break of throw in the bank that he requires to try and shoot forward today. The intensity that you always get from Arron Monk is evident this morning.
137.
He did say to me that he wants to smash everybody today, but he did have a caveat to that in saying, as long as I beat Andy Jenkins again, because he's beaten Andy 4 times from 4 matches in this year's Online Darts Live League.
125.
Funnily enough, yesterday, Andy Jenkins, who finished the table in 5th spot, he had the best running average of yesterday of around 91.2. Overall, the play
99.
was better than the average that we've seen over the last 7 weeks. Throughout the day, the average was around 86.3, and the doubles 34.6. So that's roughly a point in every category better than what we saw in the previous 7 weeks. Double 10 for 3-0. And Arron Monk has come out of the traps here with a 12 darter in leg 3, and he is looking almost impervious to whatever Scott Baker can deliver. 3-0 up, looking to get his first bagel of the morning. Yesterday, Scott averaged around 85 for the day with 38% on his doubles, which is very, very respectable.
76.
Arron was more proficient in the scoring, but his doubles did let him down at times. He was less than 30% on his checkouts. And so far today, he has been much better than that.
43.
Averaging this match currently around the 100 mark, and his doubles 3 from 5, 60%. So a fair bit of that yesterday from Ryan Hogarth, who out of everybody was so much better on the doubles than anybody else.
10.
Ironically, he was the one that missed the 9 darter against Scott Baker on double 12 by a good couple of centimetres.
40.
Nice response here from Scott. Nobody ever wants to be bageled.
10.
With positions number 1 and number 3 playing each other before this match began, Scott needed an answer, and that is the answer right there. A 70 checkout in no time at all. This game, really good, rapid-fire stuff. And Scott Baker can't be ironed out 4-0 here. He can't be taken out so easily as Arron thought.
57.
We have had, on 5 occasions in the Online Darts Live League over the course of the last 7 weeks, 5 players who have won from 3-0 down. Could Scott Baker be number 6? Barry Bates has done it against Diogo Portela. Ben Hazel has done it twice against Josh Richardson and Richard North. Jamie Clark did it against Dave Parletti. And last week, Nathan Rafferty did it against Sean Fisher. If Scott Baker can do that, it would be an early implosion for the Mad Monk. Much better from Scott Baker. His first 180, in fact the first 180 of this entire match. His best average yesterday was around 89. This is a good 5% better than that. Double 12.
24.
He misses the double 12 for the 321 point conversion in 6. Which is something that we did see yesterday, and it was a key moment in the fixture that we will see next. Andy Jenkins against Robert Owen. Double 6. And a somewhat lazy look on the face of the dangerous Scott Baker. He takes the double 6. He is now only 1 behind, and Arron Monk will be thinking, this can't possibly happen to me, can it? It could be number 6 of the statistic where someone wins from 3-0 down. The way that Scott is playing here, and since he won his first leg in leg 4, he has the momentum, and it is more likely for us to see a leg 7
59.
than the end of the match at the end of this leg.
44.
I said yesterday that maybe Scott Baker was just a little rusty and he needed to get some games under his belt. Well, now that he's got
99.
5.5 games under his belt in the last 24 hours, we're starting to see what Scott can really do. He
100.
does look sharper today. He's out averaging Arron now by a good 6 points.
10.
Arron has not had a shot at a double since he won the 3rd leg.
83.
That is why he has got Scott Baker tapping him on the shoulder.
57.
The troubles are starting to dry up and the negativity is starting to surround him a little bit more. It's a lovely second dart. Gives him the easy setup. We are staring leg 7 in the face. Just when you think Arron is going to have a bit of a canter towards a first win of Tuesday, Scott Baker says nope. But yet Arron Monk might win it in 6 if he can find one more very creditable visit. Double 17 for double top. There's the double 17. And the tops for the match is short. Scott's got to fix this with double 2 and isn't able to do so. He has missed a few doubles in this match and he has given Arron that crucial chance to finish the job, and he has done by 4 legs to 2. A very good game, but ultimately I think Arron Monk is a bit fortunate not to have been taken to the hill in that one. He does get the first 2 points and he widens his gap at the top of the table for now to 2 points. Robert Owen and Andy Jenkins will start their campaign next. Welcome to match number 2 of today's play on May the 4th. Andy Jenkins has decided to sport his usual blue with a nice shade of light metallic grey from Robert Owen today, who will be looking to get the same kind of result he got against Andy yesterday in match number 14. Andy Jenkins, now 50 years of age, has been gracing the game for over 3 decades. I wonder if he'll get an invite to the World Seniors for next year. I'll have to wait and find out.
It's Andy throwing first.
But Stack Attack, who does not have the darts in this match, will have to attack from the off, because yesterday Andy Jenkins was excellent in matches 1 and 2 for himself, in winning 4-1 against Ryan Hogarth and 4-0 against Scott Baker. And we thought that maybe yesterday Andy was going to have a big day.
58.
The second half of play told a very different story. He ended up in 5th spot in the table.
137.
But fortunately for Andy, this tightly compacted group means that yesterday isn't going to have a huge bearing on what happens by the end of tomorrow, because of course it's 3 days for Group A. If he recovers well today and tomorrow, he can still grab that top spot.
59.
But maybe one of the key moments of all of yesterday came at the end of this fixture. Andy, sitting on 50 points,
100.
with 1 dart in hand, decided not to go for the bullseye. He hit a big 18 to leave 32. Robert Owen had just hit a maximum to leave 141. And what did Robert do? He took out the 141 to finish the match and win 4-2. So another lesson that you should never
140.
refuse a bullseye opportunity when your opponent is on a finish.
41.
That last dart really has made things difficult for Andy if he returns. Double 18. And Robert Owen starts with a ton plus checkout, like he's finished the game yesterday. Admittedly, the 141 from yesterday was one of the most eye-catching shots, but maybe Andy Jenkins is getting a little bit of deja vu at the start of this one. That was a 15 dart break of throw there for Robert Owen,
96.
who played some stellar stuff yesterday. I think it almost went unnoticed how well he played.
140.
Everybody played the majority of their best darts against Robert. I think that's a mark of respect for what he can actually do.
60.
Looking for that stacking method, of course, which was made famous by Philip Taylor, where you try to glance the darts over the top of each other and get them to nestle in a reverse way. Look at the angle of this dart here. It's actually facing the camera.
140.
Perfectly put there by Robert Owen, who will have the flight lying to the left. It will not go into the dart board straight the way that Andy's do. It'll actually lie to the left. And it's something that he has cultivated over his career. A career that is looking for a bit of a jump start.
140.
And there you have a perfect example of that lie. So far in this match, Robert Owen is having it all his own way. Double top.
Third dart.
And double 10 was very, very good to him yesterday. Stands so far away from double 10, pretty much like Stephen Bunting does away from double 16. But double 10, watch out, he's very good at it, and he's 2-0 up in this one.
$140.
Andy hasn't made his way to the pinnacle of a week yet. And throughout the course of Phase 1 of
100.
the Online Darts Live League for 2021, only one person has won 2 weekly titles, and that was Kevin Burness. We did see a first weekly
83.
win for Martin Adams on Saturday night, so many congratulations to Martin. But there have been other weekly wins for the likes of Chaz Barstow, who will return on Thursday for an attempt at getting a second weekly title. And the same goes for James Richardson, who will join Chaz Barstow in Group C
58.
on Thursday and Friday evening. That is, of course, British time. You may be tuning in from overseas. We do have some fans from over in North America and in Australia and other parts of the world. So wherever you're tuning in, whether it's the Online Darts YouTube channel or indeed via your
140.
streamed service through your favoured bookmaker. We are very, very glad of your company this May the 4th. If you do choose to have a little wager on
27.
something, whether it's a match outcome, a score, or anything like that, please do gamble responsibly. And that's a very responsible 14 darter from Andy Jenkins to just get himself back into this match. He was starting to get a little bit frustrated, but that will calm him down and give him genuine belief that he can get the win in this match. It is only a hold of throw. When your opponent has that break
60.
and you've just held in 14, what you're saying to yourself is, do that again.
95.
Keep up the pressure. Make your opponent take the leg in 5 visits, because if he doesn't, I'll be there. Other players to join us later in the week in Group B, which will be filled up of positions 4, 5 and 6 at the end of Group A. They'll be joined by Colin
95.
Osborne, Josh McCarthy and Paul Holloway. And then at the end of Week 8, the Online Darts Live League will take a short break for a couple of weeks.
100.
And for more information about what will follow, please stay tuned to the Online Darts Twitter and social channels. And we will update you as soon as we see fit. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed the action that we brought you the last couple of months. I have to say that yesterday
140.
was probably the most enjoyable day that I have covered. Just because it was so
41.
well shared out by all of the players. You didn't really know what was going to happen, especially when Robert Owen was on 141 yesterday. And it was for the match. Well, he hasn't got it this time. And Andy's probably thinking, why couldn't you have done this on the 141 yesterday?
26.
This is a shot we've seen from Andy in week 1. He's played some decent darts at times, Andy, but
100.
he wouldn't be happy with the way he has performed overall in this match so far, but there's still some legs to go. But he may have to win the last 3 if tops goes. Oh, and that one was very, very close. Double 16. And he has broken on his favourite double. I mentioned that he did probably have to break in 5 visits. Well, he was given the option of breaking in 6. So 6 visits to the board, and he has equalised this one at 2-2. Very much like the first game of the day between Scott Baker and Arron Monk. Respectable averages. Owen around 88.5. Andy about 90.5, which is where Arron and Scott ended up in their match. The difference with those two being the doubles percentages. Arron hitting
78.
2 out of 3 on his doubles, 67%. whereas Scott was down at 15%. That's why he didn't get the opportunity to win it in 7 legs. But the doubles in this match have got to be respected.
100.
2 out of 2 for Andy, 100%. 2 out of 4 for Robert, which is not that bad either.
140.
The way that Robert Owen delivered those darts, it's not something you would coach. You look at the way those
105.
flights point in the air. There was an old saying that Sid Waddell said once about Dennis Priestley, about the hypotenuse. He said Dennis is getting more angles for the dart than a hypotenuse ever dreamed of. Well, I think Robert Owen's from the same sort of school. But he may be losing this match in a second. And Andy's just missed his first double of the match. And it could be a costly one. That was a good small 16. The way his darts sit, that was actually quite an intelligent shot. And that is a very, very key double 16 to get the lead at 3-2. I'm not entirely sure if he was going for that small 16, because a little bit of a giggle in the room tells us that maybe it was a good miss. Look at Andy's face. It's as if to say, how crafty are you? You weren't going for that small 16. You were going for the big 16. It's flicked off the flight. It's deflected into the single. The immortal words of Kevin Painter. How's your luck, pal? Sorry about that. My southern accent is terrible.
60. 100.
Nice ton there from Andy to double up on the tons at the start of this leg. Not reeling any more from that 64 checkout from Robert Owen. He's in a very similar position to that of Scott Baker from match 1.
81.
3-2 down. Looking to take it to leg 7. He's going to need some errors from Robert Owen. That may be it.
121.
But he rectifies it.
Top.
How key is that last dart going to be? That dart that he's just delivered into that 60 gives him a much easier out. And he now has to hit this 120, especially if Robert Owen gets the treble 13 or treble 17.
129.
He was going for the treble 9. That was a decent third option. And Andy does not scare the 60 until dart 3. So Robert Owen can get his first win of the day in his first match, just like yesterday. And that is exactly what he has done. A very, very accomplished display on the doubles by both players. But ultimately, just a few more chances for Robert Owen give him the edge. And he, like Arron Monk, starts the day with a 4-2 win. Wayne Warren will come in game 3, and he's up against Ryan Hogarth. Welcome along to match number 3 of today's Online Darts Live League in Group A. Scotland versus Wales. Should be an interesting match, which yesterday saw Ryan Hogarth get the result against Wayne Warren in this incredibly tight group, which sees a difference of 4 points between Wayne Warren at the bottom of the table currently, and 8 points at the top for Arron Monk, who has won his first game of the day. So they're all trying to catch him, but for Wayne Warren, who is wearing a lovely shade of black and yellow today, my favourite colour combination, he's just got to try and get himself back in the mix today. He's got to stay accurate. A little bit of a slow start yesterday for Wayne Warren, but ultimately he did get it together. And even though he was bottom of the table, it almost feels like he did an excellent job of getting 4 points.
45.
He is not afforded the slow start today, as things just intensify a little bit as we get closer to the finishing line of tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, 42.
Yeah, Wayne started yesterday with a below par performance, and he finished yesterday with a below par performance, but in the middle he was very good. As for Hogarth, he was grafting really well yesterday, but he did leave points out there.
100.
He probably should have topped the group yesterday, and he probably should have had a 9-darter as well, missing double 12 for it against Robert Owen in a match
60.
where he hit 3 180s in a leg and a half, and he only hit 2 more 180s the rest of the day.
100.
He was 2-0 up in that game with Robert Owen and ended up losing 4-2. But it was 4-2 to him when he played Wayne yesterday,
55.
where he did just about enough to get the victory in match number 13 of Monday's player. Nice visit to the treble 19 here.
133.
And he utters one of those numbers that sounds so much better in a Scottish accent. 133. I might crack out a few
100.
iterations or iterations of Scottish language today, considering it's Hendo's birthday. But 4 more 19s will give Ryan a shot at the bull.
58.
Wayne Warren will get a tidy start here if he can find a 60 and a double 18. Not really happy with that effort. And he will want to put that visit in the bin. Ryan Hogarth is looking to put the leg in the bank.
48.
Not 100% certain whether he wanted the double 16 left or the double top. I would assume the tops. It was very close to the 16 wire. That's 3 more, leaves 89. He's getting really close to a shot at double. 4 approach darts have all missed, but the 5th one is excellent. When he eventually gets a shot at a double, it only just misses by the width of a wire.
Great.
Well, you heard the word great from Ryan there. Under pitches and pulls that dart at double 10. And it costs him a shot for the leg.
No scoop.
Early rust here from both players. And Hogarth is looking to get this chance to break the throw. Double 1.
No spawn.
There were a few legs yesterday in the middle of good matches like this. It might be good to just get this out of the way. You'd hope this isn't setting the tone for this match. Well, Wayne Warren has survived somehow taking the first leg. I think what he'd like to do is just say, okay, I won that one, but let's start the match over from now with a 1-0 head start, because he's just won that in 27 darts. But he has got the lead. They do say that darts is on the day.
80.
And I don't expect today to be the same as yesterday. I think we're not that lucky. But you just don't know.
43.
Could be another tight day. We could find Wayne Warren at the top of the table today as opposed to the bottom, because if the points are shared out again in this tight group,
1-2-1.
anything is possible. Best average yesterday for Wayne was 93.82. He shared with Robert Owen the most 180s of the day, and he's just got himself another. He got 7 yesterday, so that makes his 8th of the week.
24.
Checkout percentage yesterday for Wayne was around the 31% mark.
55.
And judging by the way this game started, he would take 30%. Somewhat unusual as well
100.
that Ryan Hogarth missed so many darts at double in that first leg, because yesterday his percentage on the outer ring and the bullseye was so much better than everybody else. It wasn't even close.
60.
He was at 50% exactly for the day, with a high checkout of 145, which was the best of yesterday's play, sorry. The next best player was Scott Baker, and he was 12% behind him. And in darting terms, that is a canyon.
97.
135 is not going to be scared here, and just early
89.
bits of negativity creeping into Ryan Hogarth's game. That's 18 off, leaving 48. And that just leaves double 16, and he finds it as well. The second time today we've seen someone narrowly miss a busting shot on the treble 16. This time it's Wayne Warren's turn to get the shot at double 16, to double his lead and get the advantage in the match. When Robert Owen had 64, which was a key shot against Andy Jenkins, he just missed the 48 to bust the shot and ended up getting the double 16 after. So sometimes these things happen in threes. We say that a lot in darts because it's all about delivering 3 darts, isn't it? And Wayne Warren has started this leg with 3 in the treble 20. Ryan's got to get something
100.
to pep his step. Whether it's in this match in a comeback, a nice big check out, a really tidy leg is what he requires to just give him something as a platform for the rest of the day. It's all been a bit scratchy so far in this one.
81.
And in this position you would expect Ryan Hogarth to be 3-0 down. But he's not out of this leg yet. If he can get himself to 95, there are possibilities.
83.
He does get himself to a finish, but it's a biggie. 100 left. That leaves 40.
85.
Well, he left the 152. He's not going to take it.
52.
Wayne Warren not having to play well for a 3-0 advantage. Double 15, just double checking. Of course, COVID restrictions mean we have no referee in the room, just the players. double 15 is not punctured. And Ryan Hogarth is given a bonus chance at tops. Now he goes to double 15. And he's unable to hit it. Well, well, well. Strange game it has been. Straightforward? Indeed it is. 3-0 to Wayne Warren in 19 darts. It's not a classic by any means, but yesterday Wayne Warren was defeated 4 legs to 0 by Arron Monk with a bad average. Can he do the same to Ryan Hogarth? You know what they say in sport, it's about how you respond to adversity. It's about how you respond to the way that things are transpiring. You can't expect to do the same thing and get different results. You have to make changes when things like this happen.
129.
Yesterday, Arron Monk averaged 79.11 in beating Wayne Warren 4-0.
140.
That will be banished from the memory.
$100.
If Wayne can find the win here and bolster his position to 6 points in the table, and a 4-0 win, or indeed a 4-1 win against Ryan here, would get his leg difference out of the negative column. He would firmly put himself back in the Group A table. He looks a lot more relaxed this time of the morning than he did yesterday, and that 180 for him most definitely helps. His third of the match.
50k.
For 2 points and a very healthy leg difference addition at the start of play. He needs the bull. He only just misses it.
57.
Ryan, who started the table today in second spot
40.
with 6 points and +3, could be changing places with Wayne Warren after one match today. And that's exactly what has happened. That's how tight this group really is. Second spot against sixth in the table from yesterday. Well, they've both just changed positions as Wayne Warren gets a 4-0 to start his campaign today. Arron Monk, who is at the top of the table, will now take on Robert Owen. So it's a battle of two players who got 2 points early in Tuesday's play. the beauties
With
of
them all
group
day.
stage play over the course of 3 days, like it is in Group A here at the Online Darts Live League, is that things change moment to moment. Ryan Hogarth was in 2nd place before that first game of the day for him. He has now gone below Wayne Warren. He has gone below Robert Owen. But he is not out of striking distance, because these two, who started with a win today, Arron Monk over Scott Baker and Robert Owen with a 2nd consecutive 4-2 win over Andy Jenkins for the week, which ties up his head-to-head against Andy in case it's needed tomorrow somehow.
Is Robert throwing first? Game on.
We'll see how this Group A table does progress from here. And I suppose the key thing from yesterday, to keep it tight, was Scott Baker beating Arron Monk. And there was a bit of a tale told at the end of play yesterday that everybody in the practice room, they were watching, sitting down, socially distanced, eyes on the monitors, thinking, keep this group tight. And they were hoping for a Scott Baker win. And apparently when the winning double went in, all of the players cheered.
66.
Well, in order to keep Arron Monk within reach, they may all be watching for a Robert Owen victory here, because if Arron wins this match, he will open up the first 4-leg gap, or the first 4-point gap, sorry, of this group. He would get to 10 points, and his next challengers would all be on 6. So, Robert Owen, with a win against Arron, would get himself to 8. But the closest challengers would still be within 2 points.
98.
What will happen in this one? It was a very even game yesterday between these two,
100.
and I expect the same again. Another for double 12.
140.
And that's what he finds. Forces Robert Owen to find another big out. 85 left. Choices. Treble 19, you feel.
119.
Well, 2 bullseyes, very, very handy.
In 1.
But it is of no avail, as Arron Monk starts this match with a 13-dart break of throw, showing that he is possibly the favourite for this group. Starting strong. If he maintains this level, he might not be caught, but there's a long way to go. One thing that Arron has, apart from the drive, the technique, and the skill,
39.
is endurance. He is able, most of the time, to maintain a high level of play throughout an entire tournament day. That's why he's won so many tournaments locally to where he lives, and why he'd won so many tournaments as a youth player.
40.
He's still in cracking shape. And based on the way that modern dart players are built, you'd have to say that it's a world championship style physique.
100.
I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Arron Monk, because he does have a knockout punch on him.
134.
One of my favourite stories about travelling with Arron, because I used to room with him for a very short period of time, is that he was challenged by a bunch of people
99.
at a punching machine in Wiener Neustadt, Austria, and they all thought that they were the best around. Well, Arron, with one punch, made everybody disperse, because
60.
out of a maximum 999, his punch registered a 935. This was at a time where he was actually training
140.
in a boxing ring, so no surprise there. He's looking for a bit of a haymaker here. 60 for the bull.
Done.
This, in darting terms, would be the counter punch, because he would re-break And that is exactly what Robert Owen does in 14 darts. I said this one could be fairly close. They're throwing punches each way, but it is 2 breaks of throw to start this one off. It's now a best of 5 scenario going into leg 3, and we're none the wiser as to who is the stronger of the two.
Lazy one. 100.
Well, for a moment there, I thought that Robert Owen was saying he'd scored 81, but what he did say was lazy one.
99.
You have 2 players here who like to talk to themselves, to G themselves up, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a tactic to try and put the other opponent off.
93.
It is a well-known fact that within darting circles, players do talk to themselves, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you don't talk on their throw. Yesterday when they played, it was 4-3.
58.
Both with excellent doubling. Arron Monk, who won the match 4 legs to 3, had 50%. Robert Owen had 60%, but it wasn't good enough.
42.
First sign of genuine frustration from Arron, who was allowing Robert Owen to get the bigger foundation in this best of 7 match.
Well, man. 60.
The frustration is starting to seep into their opponents. This is better.
140.
You do get the feeling that sometimes Arron Monk needs to vent. Watch out at different points of today, if he does vent a little bit, how he performs in the next visit. 2 double tops maybe. But now he just has to glide this one a little bit higher. Oh, not high
60.
enough. Didn't need much more. Oh, and the caress on the flight takes it to the wrong side.
75.
The wrong single. And he got the bullseye with dart 3. How ironic.
In 1.
And he has now lost the leg. And it's 3 consecutive breaks of throw now. But that caress on that flight, which took it into the 5, has cost Robert Owen potentially that 3rd leg and a vital hold of throw. Arron Monk takes it back at 2-1. Evidence there that when you deliver the dart with a little bit of speed and the end of the dart hits the flight, all of the momentum can be taken away. Of course, in this game, when a dart finds its way to the floor, you don't get the opportunity
97.
to reuse it. It's actually a rule that, in my opinion, needs looking at. I would maintain
Oh, yeah.
that the
41.
game of darts, in its modern way, wouldn't really be hurt too much by giving the players the opportunity to rethrow a bounce out or
40.
potentially a deflection. In soft tip darts, of course, where it is computerized, if the dart sticks in the board, it registers with the computer. But if the end of the dart hits the bed and then bounces out for whatever reason, it still registers the score. So the rules are not the same for every single darts match that you find around the world.
140.
4 tops for Arron Monk, so he's looking to go loco in Acapulco. Doesn't want to be loco, but he will feel it right now after not taking it out. He is being given the extra chance. He's not being put under pressure. He's got to make sure of this. And a bit like Robert Owen when he was playing earlier against Andy Jenkins, he is getting a little bit more in the way of chances than he possibly deserves. Double top. And he's a very good finisher, is Robert Owen. You cannot underestimate just how good he is at taking chances. It is 4 breaks of throw now with a game level at 2-2. Can somebody please get a hold of throw? Well, Arron Monk will be hoping so at some point. And so will Robert Owen. Because if he holds here, he could close out another game by 4 legs to 2. After a quality day yesterday where we had a high finish of 145, we had a high 6-dart conversion from Robert Owen of 321. We had an above average average for the day, around 86.3. We had above average stats on doubles. The one surprising thing is that we didn't get a ton plus average from anybody yesterday. In fact, nobody was close. The highest average we got was from Andy Jenkins of 94.24, and that was in a game he lost to Robert Owen. So maybe there is license for someone to really
140.
hit their straps today and just go up a notch and put in that big performance. Look at this pressure being applied to the 124 of Arron Monk. Owen, who was one of the top 180 shooters yesterday with 7. Bullseye. And Arron is short on that bullseye, and it may cost him leg number 5. Great pressure applied. Can he find tops?
Oh,
He can't.
16.
The lie was very awkward. And Arron, who has had plenty of opportunities in this match so far, does not take the break this time. He is handing this one on a plate, and Arron is really, really, really angry, and he will be more so now because that is the first hold of throw this match. Robert Owen, who has plucked away and tried to just stay with Arron at certain points in this match, he now has the opportunity to win this 4-2, and potentially, if he does lose this next leg, he can still win it 4-3 on the throw.
$119.
Quite similar to their game yesterday, the averages. Currently 93. Just shy of 94 actually for Arron Monk.
60.
91.6 for Robert Owen. So when they play each other, they seem to deliver a certain guaranteed standard. Yet again, Robert Owen against Arron is doubling excellently. 60% again.
100.
I said yesterday, I think Robert Owen is the dark horse for this group.
140.
You could easily point out Andy Jenkins with his experience, Arron Monk because he'd won Group A in week 1, Wayne Warren because of his CV and experience.
140.
But coming into this group, what pressure is Robert Owen under? None. And he's a very accomplished player. You don't make a semi-final of a UK Open
59.
in the last 3 years without having an abundance of talent. And he has a brilliant chance of winning this match now. He's just 1-7-7'd it to lead double 12, and Arron Monk has got no option but to hit this. Make up your own mind as to whether the bullseye was the right shot. But he has to rely on a miss from Robert Owen. That does not come. 13 darter to finish things up, and Robert Owen just too good. He did not allow Arron Monk to hold his throw one time in that match, and the doubling prowess of Robert Owen shines through for a 4-2 win and his second win of the day. Match number 5 sees Scott Baker return to the Oche against Ryan Hogarth. Who gets the win in that one? then for Group A on Tuesday. The picture of this group is not becoming clear yet, because that win for Robert Owen just pegs Arron Monk back. And we now have 2 players on 8 points at the top in Monk and Owen. But it is up to Ryan Hogarth and Scott Baker to try and get to that point now. And with them playing each other, one of them is going to make it to keep this group as tight as it could possibly be. And we've just seen a best of the week performance from Robert Owen, an average of 94.95, and yet again 67% on doubles. And that is what he is doing for the day. Do not leave Robert Owen on his doubles, because he is hitting them. Well, after yesterday, where Scott Baker had to recover from a poor start, he's had a loss in game number 1
85.
yet again today. So he'll be looking to have a quicker recovery today than yesterday.
140.
For me, he played better in his first game today than yesterday. His average was 7 better in his first game of the day than yesterday. But ultimately, he did lose by 4 legs to 2 against Arron Monk around about an hour ago. And the reason for that loss was because he missed a couple of shots to take it to a 7th leg and allowed Arron a little bit of extra breathing space. He will be hoping that he does not give the headhunter Ryan Hogarth anything to shoot at here.
140.
The worrying thing for Ryan is that Scott has started quite buoyantly here. And Ryan did not play well in a 4-0 loss to Wayne Warren in his first game.
83.
He will have to recover himself and do it quickly, because Baker is the kind of person who can roll you really quickly. 15 darts, just like that. And a first ton plus checkout of the day from Scott Baker. He is looking very sharp indeed on Tuesday. Biggest checkout up until that point for Scott was 30.
84.
As for yesterday, Scott Baker's highest checkout was 116. So he's starting to show form quicker today than yesterday. Maybe a sign that he is starting to warm to the challenge of the Online Darts Live League, which in itself is just a little bit different to normal tournament play. When you go to, say, a PDC ranked event in Barnsley, Milton Keynes, Bolton, something like that, you have to play on the outside boards where you've got the hustle and bustle of other matches going on at the same time. This is an enclosed room, like the streaming board at the PDC, but this is a room that has no windows, 1 door, and you can hear everything. And there is no referee there either, so it makes it a tiny bit quieter again. Nice response here from Ryan, who was first to a finish. Gradually raising that average from what he did in match number 1, which is well below his achievable standards.
50.
I mentioned yesterday that Scott Baker is using a slightly bigger flight than what I've seen from him in the last few years. We'll get into that at some point today. Double top. Ryan Hogarth does fix what was going wrong earlier. He was the best on doubles yesterday, but ultimately against Wayne Warren, he couldn't buy a double. He didn't get any, but he's got his first of the day against Scott Baker. You can see the relief on Ryan's face there.
140.
See the chin just go up a little bit more, and a look of, oh, finally got my first double. Dart players, doesn't matter how seasoned they are, how much experience, how successful they are, when you get your first double of the day in a competitive nature, you do feel a little bit better.
40.
Scott Baker's ability to forget what has happened in the previous leg, for me, is something quite mythical.
121.
Plods along, he does his own thing. It's almost like he plays a game of darts like 10-second Tom from 51st Dates. He plays the game 10 seconds at a time. Whenever he comes back to the hockey, he doesn't remember what happened before. He just plods along and does his thing. And that is a very dangerous way to play this game, in a good way. And he went for the 121 and got it. Well, took me by surprise. He didn't have to go for the 121 on the bull, but he got it with Ryan Hogarth on 190. That is aggressive play from the mod. Mentioned his 116 checkout yesterday. Well, he has just
45.
done better than that in only the 8th leg he's played today.
100.
Looking very, very tidy here. Scott Baker averaging around 96. 100% on doubles, of course, because 2 legs with 2 ton plus checkouts and no other shots at double.
140.
I think Ryan Hogarth knows what he's got to do to win this game. Get to a double quicker, and as soon as you've got a shot, get it.
60.
Sounds a lot easier than it actually is. But Ryan is playing better in this game than he did in his last. And that 180 is very welcomed. His first of this contest. And he may need more.
140.
But not yet. Another. Well, for a moment there, I thought he was going for the treble 12.
68.
This leg is not over.
78, sorry.
If Scott Baker finds 105 plus, there will be big pressure on this 58. And the pressure is hammered down. Don't miss this, Ryan. You're in trouble if you do.
Into.
But he doesn't. Brilliant doubling from both players. Neither have missed a double in this contest. As soon as they get there, they're taking the leg. It's 2-2 in the game of the day so far. Over to you, Scott.
97.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? The person with the darts in this match, Scott Baker, is averaging 101. Ryan Hogarth, to stay with Scott, has not had to average 101. He's had to average 89. Get chances, take them.
41.
If he misses, you take your extra chance. That's how the game should be played. And that's a recipe for very exciting darts matches.
60.
Ryan Hogarth is one of those players. As his opponent, you know if he's happy with that visit, because the tone of his voice is such that tells you he was disgusted with that 60 the last time he was at the board.
81.
And that one was one of, I'll accept it because I got the 60 with the last dart.
33.
Scott Baker has won 2 legs with 2 ton plus checkouts. Could he possibly deliver a 170 for the first time this week?
1, 2, 3.
We've had a few of them. From the likes of Arron Monk, Andy Jenkins, Joe Davis got one, Colin Osborne's got one, Alan Norris got one against Nathan Gervin. Baker will happily take the 72 if it gives him a 3-2 lead.
58.
16's first. Double 12.
Oh, come on, Scott.
First
Oh,
miss
okay.
at a double, and then followed by the second, offers Ryan Hogarth an opportunity for the lead. It's a big chance now. Baker couldn't watch. And now he can watch, because he's got double 6. But can't find it. And Ryan Hogarth in this big match in this group
Posh
is
shot.
just about to take the lead and does. Well, well, well. 3-2 to Ryan Hogarth. The stronger of the two players for me was definitely Scott Baker, but now it's Hogarth who has the chance to win this 4-2. Scott Baker for me looks like the kind of player who wants to go outside and rev his motorbike a little bit just to get rid of some anger.
60.
He's not someone who shows a great deal of emotion on the dartboard, but even he was a little bit cheesed off with losing that leg, with 5 darts to win it, and to give himself the opportunity of winning 4-2.
66.
If he wants to get the 2 points, he's going to have to break the throw here and find a hold in leg 7.
Here. 3, 4.
If the treble 20's not working, go to the 57. It worked for Baker on that occasion.
100.
He might need another on the end of this visit to try and get to a finish.
60.
The headhunter is in the headmaster's chair. The destiny of this game is in his hands.
100.
And that last dart ton guarantees him a shot for the 2 points, which would be a nice reversal for him
100.
after losing a poor match against Wayne Warren in game 3. Double 19. And 1 match dart
61.
has been missed. Possibly, but not any longer. Double 8. Match dart number 3 is missed. Match dart number 4 is not, and he gets a 4-2 victory, but the key leg had to be leg 5, where Ryan Hogarth took the lead, and he did not relinquish it in the end. He had a nice little bounce back after losing to Wayne Warren, and he is towards the top of the table now with Arron Monk on 8 points. As things progress, we'll go to Andy Jenkins against Wayne Warren. England versus Wales, with 2 veterans going toe-to-toe. we've just seen game 5 where Ryan Hogarth survived to win 4 legs to 2. I think that's fair to say, considering his average was 6 less than Scott Baker. But his doubles percentage was better at 50%, especially considering how he played against this man earlier, Wayne Warren. Wayne, who yesterday started slowly with a 4-0 loss to Arron Monk, has started with a 4-0 victory today. And he started with a 4-2 loss to Robert Owen. Robert has given himself an incredibly solid platform for Tuesday, because he has now doubled his points tally against Arron Monk.
Game on.
And with Arron, Wayne and Ryan now on 2 points, they're all trying to catch Robert Owen on 4, for the day of course.
59.
But more importantly, for Group A in the week-to-date table, if Wayne Warren can get the win here, he will drag himself into a
100.
tie at the top at 8 points, which would include 4 players now. Arron Monk on 8
Wow.
points. Robert Owen on 8 points. Ryan Hogarth on 8 points. But maybe, to keep things even more interesting, a win for Andy Jenkins here would
95.
grab him 2 points and put him on 6 with Scott Baker and Wayne Warren. And all 6 players, once again, would be separated by only 2 points, a day and a half into our Group A campaign.
100.
I suppose for the neutrals, who want a nice tight group,
6.
an Andy Jenkins win would be preferable. But Andy is going to have to arrest a bit of a slide, because he has lost his last 4 matches.
94.
He won his first 2 yesterday and has not won one since. He might win this leg,
Time shot.
and has done so with a 145 checkout, which ties the biggest checkout of the week so far. And maybe Andy needed something like that just to get the juices flowing a little bit, especially after losing to Wayne Warren 4-1 yesterday. Even though Andy was the highest averager yesterday at a shade over 91,
95.
he did find himself at 5th in the table, just 1 spot above Wayne Warren, who was in
100.
6th. But yesterday's table didn't really tell the story. It was a free-for-all for points, evenly shared, and it could not have been closer.
76.
I personally want that to continue. I'd
100.
love to have another day like yesterday to make tomorrow even closer than we've seen in any group over the last 7.5 weeks. I want it to go down to the last leg tomorrow.
21.
I want it to go down to the last match. I want it to go down to someone's head-to-head record.
100.
I like being kept on my toes when it comes to the calculations. And Andy is doing a very, very good job right now, getting himself back in the mix.
100.
His scoring consistency has been better in this match so far. Even the bad visits are including a treble 20.
60.
Well, 145 makes 106 look like a doddle. Double 16. And I'm almost surprised that he missed that one. Got to be 60 ball now. Can he take it? Well, he's left double 18. That's the
36.
glasses half full sort of thing to say. But the glass could be half empty if double 8 is hit. And it
That's
isn't.
good.
Well, that is a huge chance gone away for Andy. You can tell his frustration by looking at him at the back of the room, and the leg has gone Wayne Warren's way. I've got 3 W's there, Wayne Warren's way, and I'm sure if he wins another world title in the future, he might get his own street named that. But he has got himself the second leg, and it's 1-1. Maybe there should be a street in Tribert that is Wayne Warren Way. You'd want to live at number 180, wouldn't you?
100.
Or maybe number 50. Well, if there isn't a street like that in his hometown, I implore his family and friends to try and get something renamed after Wayne Warren. There is, of course, a very famous street in Manchester named after Sir Matt Busby. That's a bit of a legend, though, Matt Busby. But so is Wayne Warren in our own eyes. And these two players, you could classify them as old school. Both over the age of 50, and both could potentially play in the World Seniors next year, which will take place for the first time. For more information on that, just look for World Seniors Darts on Twitter. More news being released by the week.
140.
And more points being released by Wayne Warren by the minute. Looking to take the lead now. Looking a lot sharper early today than yesterday. And that 13 darter is proof that Wayne Warren has stemmed the tide of Andy Jenkins, and it accentuates the misses at double 16 and double 8 for Andy in the last leg. He's not 2-0 up. He's actually 2-1 down now.
$64.
Big match coming next between Ryan Hogarth and Robert Owen. One player will make their way to 10 points. And Hogarth, who has just got his first win of the day, will be taking on the unbeaten Robert Owen,
100.
who earlier was very, very tidy on his doubles against Andy Jenkins. That was the difference between the two of them. Ultimately, in this match, you have to say that the difference has been the doubling from Wayne Warren to that of Andy. Wayne currently at 67%. 2 shots hit from 3 attempts, but Andy only 1 from 5. The only one he's hit was on that 145 combination to win leg 1.
85.
Got to stay straight here. Does so, but doesn't get the treble. He is in trouble here. But not anymore. He's been given a lifeline, and he's been given 6 darts from this spot here. And he finds his way to the easier 2 darter, which is definitely the plan if you're not going to take that shot out. If indeed you can't leave yourself on double 10 from hitting a 140.
41.
This is almost plan C. Plan A is to just take care of business. He has not missed this time, and that is a break of throw for Andy Jenkins to level things up at 2-2. And those misses in leg 2 can be forgotten now, as long as he can hold here and maintain a bit of strength and palm Wayne Warren off in this match. You can sense that Andy is a little bit frustrated that he's not picking off enough first start trebles. He's putting himself under pressure with darts 2 and 3 by not doing that enough. Look what happens when he does get it.
180.
There you go. Thank you for making my point, Andy. Darts is a lot
125.
easier when you get your first dart right.
100.
But that is a great ton. To heap pressure on the Welshman.
$58.
Had a shot at a 160 earlier and didn't take that. He's not going to take the 161, but he has left it very handy. And in the knowledge that Wayne Warren is north of a finish, Andy used the 25 to take the bullseye and the 25 out of play for this visit.
140.
Now he has an easy-looking 56. Double 10. Anything but easy. And if Wayne Warren pinches this, Andy Jenkins will be spinning. Well, there's 30. That's actually a good miss because he takes the bullseye out of the equation now. Double 16. But he hasn't taken the leg. Don't go low on the first dart. One up, one in. That is the rule. If you want to get in the door of double one and double five, the last thing you want to do is go low with the first dart. Andy knows the rules, and he has now got himself a 3-2 lead after being 2-1 down.
$68.
$60.
You can tell when Andy Jenkins is a little bit stressed in a game because the hair gets a bit ruffled. No such problem for the well-tanned roofer from South Wales, Wayne Warren.
45.
As a big fan of the Big Bang Theory, I always marvelled at the fact that one of the characters from that show would say Wayne Warren's name in a very interesting way. I'm sure there are some Big Bang Theory fans who know what I'm talking about. The
130.
Professor Kripke, who would say Wayne Warren. So there would be 4 W's in his name potentially.
85.
But there's only 1 W on offer in this game,
55.
and that is for the person who gets to 4 legs. And it's looking very likely to be Andy Jenkins. That was a lazy dart.
127.
That was a great visit, spoiled by just flinging that last dart away. He has cost himself a very valuable shot at a double potentially.
134.
And he's got Wayne Warren just behind him. Double 16. And he did need that third dart to double. He has every right to tell himself off. Double top for Wayne Warren. And he has been given
2.
a bit of a lesson there, Andy Jenkins. Even with someone with his bucket load of experience, he knows that missing that single 16 cost him. So did the 2 match darts that came just after that. But it's 3-3, and it's now a 7th deciding leg.
$87.
It's a huge lesson for young players. When you've got 176, you've got 2 treble 20s in the board, don't take the single 16 for granted. Doesn't matter how good you are.
140.
Give that single the respect it deserves.
Tough.
And if Andy loses this match, he will be the thick end of unapproachable for at least a couple of minutes.
140.
Look what Wayne Warren's done since then. 2 140s.
25.
And Andy's just hit 13. a lead of 70, and the darts have been stolen. Are we seeing Andy
100.
just losing ground on the players at the top of the table? Because if he does lose this match,
Son.
there'll be a 4-point gap between him and 4 other players. Bullseye, if he wants it. Well, Scott Baker hit it earlier when he didn't need it. That means that both players have missed match darts. Only one has been missed by Wayne Warren. He gets a second and a third. This is the key dart. This is the separator. And he's not able to finish it. He's had 3 match darts. Andy should get a third and a fourth. Match dart 3. And ultimately, the extra dart he gives himself with that key 140 approach gives him a win of 4 legs to 3. And again, everything in the table is now bunched up with Andy Jenkins getting to 6 points. Well, we go to the top of the table with Hogarth and Robert Owen, both on 8 points. One of them will get to 10. Match number 7 of today, and very much like yesterday, we are rattling along at a very nice pace with every match which is best of 7, but this Scotland versus Wales match will give us a new leader at the top of the table. Both players, Robert and Ryan, are on 8 points alongside Arron Monk. He will play next against Andy Jenkins in their 5th match in the 2021 Online Darts Live League. More on that in a few moments' time. But this one, really interesting yesterday, where Ryan Hogarth got a 4-1 victory against Robert Owen. But Stack Attack has not tasted defeat today. He is the only undefeated player, and he will love to keep that going.
57.
Of the two, you would have to say that Robert has been the stronger and the more consistent player so far for Tuesday.
60.
And judging by the way that the table was yesterday, when it could not have been tighter,
60.
maybe you thought that the first half of Tuesday's play would give us an indication of who was going to bolster their chances and could they create some separation in the table.
140.
Well, I hate to disappoint you if you think it's going to be a one-horse race at some point, because we know absolutely nothing as to who the top dog is, because we now, from overnight where we saw 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4 points, we now have 3 players on 8 and 3 players on 6.
100.
So nothing has changed, apart from maybe a little bit of player jostling, but the points are giving us the closest group we've seen in all of the Online Darts Live League for this year. I'm just privileged that it was my turn to commentate this week and get this brilliant group.
100.
Hogarth, who now shares the biggest checkout of the week with Andy Jenkins of 145, gives Robert Owen a shot at 101, and today you do not want to do that. He is hitting 2 out of every 3 shots at a double for the day. And luckily for Ryan,
53.
Robert does not get there. Second game in a row we've seen a missed 16. But we don't get the missed checkout. That's a really nice recovery from Ryan Hogarth. That missed 16 could have cost him a shot at double, but getting the one shot and taking the one shot, that has been a key to Ryan Hogarth's game this week. Today the strongest doubler is this man. Yesterday it was Ryan.
100.
Imagine playing 5 games of best of 7 and getting 50% of your doubles. I don't know anybody in the world who would be disappointed with that.
60.
He might have been disappointed with his average for the day, around 84, but it was good enough to get him second spot on the table yesterday.
43.
A bit of a stumble there from Robert Owen. You might notice that he's got a knee brace on his left leg, so he's not able to bend his left leg too much, so maybe a little bit of a stumble on the raised hockey with the trailing foot. I'll have to get a little word with Robert at some point to see how he got that injury.
99.
I was too busy yesterday cracking a joke at him, saying that knee braces are fashionable in darts right now because, of course, Dimitri Vandenberg has been wearing one up until recently. Judging by the way that Robert's playing today, I might have to get one. It won't be a knee brace for me next week, it'll be an elbow brace, unfortunately. As I go into surgery next Tuesday. And that's the reason why I will not be covering the finals on Saturday. I will be here for today, tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. Chris Mason will take the hot seat for the final day of week 8. As I go into
134.
self-isolation ahead of surgery on Tuesday. Robert Owen on double 12. Surely, with the way he's been doubling today, this is just academic. There you have it. 1 from 2, and you expect him to do that today. It is 1-1, and this one will give us a new leader in Group A. Who will it be? We are none the wiser. Down to a best of 5 from here. I mentioned that 1-4-5 check out of Hogarth yesterday, where he got it against Robert Owen in a match where he was absolutely the better player. Just a shade under 90 with the average against Robert yesterday.
140.
57% on doubles, including that big checkout. But maybe the separator was in that 4-1 victory for Ryan.
57.
The fact that Robert only got 1 out of 12 on his doubles. A somewhat uncharacteristic display from Stack Attack.
100.
I am remarkably biased when it comes to certain dart players. I know that certain commentators will dodge that fact, but
85.
I do have my favourites. I'm a big John Henderson fan, as everybody knows. And I'm possibly one of Damon Hetter's biggest fans.
60.
But I would like sometime in the future to hear John McDonald call out Robert Owen's nickname, because I really do believe that he's destined to make it to the big stage. I think he's got it. There is something about this action and the way he delivers the dart
139.
that is just a little bit unconventional enough to be special. And that is anything but special. Wasn't a bad, bad throw, but the result meant that he could not finish the shot. And he might pay the price. Double 16. Consider the price paid. You see the bump in from that dart with the lie just outside that double 16. You can see what he's trying to do. He's not trying to hit the double. He's trying to hit the dart so he can cushion it in. Beautiful shot. 2-1 to Robert Owen now. Robert Owen, another player that has utilised the moulded flight to great effect over the last few seasons.
100.
A little bit more traditional with Ryan Hogarth using the poly flight, which comes flat in the packaging and then you have to fan it out. One of the reasons why people like the moulded flight is because it comes with exacting right angles.
100.
If you don't mind a heavier flight, the moulded flight may be for you.
46.
If you like flights that are very light in weight, you're probably better off using something like Ryan's.
Oh, Rob, that's crap.
Well,
81.
if you look at the bright side, Robert, yes, that wasn't a great dart, but you had to hit the one at some point. If you hit 180 and tops now, that one will be forgotten in no time. Middle match of the day will follow this one, and it will be a feisty affair between Andy Jenkins and Arron Monk,
100.
who both have 2 points for the day. Sensible use of the 19s first from Ryan Hogarth.
99.
And a great last dart to leave the finish, but is it too late? Well, he was going for the bottom right corner because of the way his darts lie in the board. It was a risky shot, but he thought it was worth the risk. This is where the lie of Robert Owen really comes into its own. He's not going to block tops. Well, he's going to get a shot at double 10. And he finds double 5. That's a key shot, just to palm Ryan Hogarth off. And I've mentioned that phrase a few times today, but that is someone saying, I'm having this game, get away from me, 2-leg gap, 3-1 up. And he's only got one more to go to get 2 more points for 6 for the day. Confident play here from Robert Owen. He's got a lot left in the tank. He is consistently around that 90 average for today.
100.
90.49 against Andy Jenkins. 94.95 against Arron Monk, which is the best average we've seen for a winner this week.
57.
I'm sure that will be bettered. But again, consistency above the 90 here. 50% on doubles. He's in a decent place. And it's good enough to be the best player today. With that kind of consistency, you are forcing your opponent to have that little bit of extra spice, that extra bit of accuracy to take you out. And right now, Hogarth is hovering in that mid-80s range a lot. And Owen has got enough to get rid of him. In most legs, anyway.
100.
Will it depend on whether Robert Owen leaves a finish here? That was an amazing dart.
140.
And that is one of the best 140s I have seen in a long time. I'd spend a lot of time trying to convince you why. Maybe I'll have a little bit of time later when he returns to play Wayne Warren. Because right now it's 120 for the match. To reverse yesterday's result.
Oh, 41.
Oh, that was a lazy last dart. Even a single 20 makes things easier for himself if he comes back. But he might not have that. Oh, there you go. A little bit of a Cameron Menzies periscope from Ryan Hogarth. And Robert Owen should be looking at 60. He is now, but he only gets one shot for the match.
Oh, cool.
And that one just came out of the hand a bit too soon.
I don't know.
Double 10 to stay in it.
Second.
He finds it. I'm not entirely sure if he found the double 10 portion that he was aiming for, but ultimately he did find enough of it in the bottom corner to stay in this match after surviving a match dart from Robert Owen. So it's 3-2. And just to go into that 140 that he hit on approach
140.
to that 120. Every time Robert has a dart that is just above the 60 and to the right-hand side of it,
100.
he is covering the entire bed. If we had the capability of watching a dart in slow motion, I think maybe his dart would tell us the best story.
60.
I said earlier about unconventional players being able to do special things. Well, I believe Robert Owen is one of those.
24.
Just look at Phil Taylor. The way he's delivered a dart for the past 32 years, he's anything but conventional. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing Robert Owen to Phil Taylor. What I'm saying is that with great techniques come a great player, potentially.
96.
But sometimes just a little bit of the extraordinary, we can get an indication of someone just a little bit more creative. Well, you got to put the flight on, Robert. If he'd have delivered that without the flight and hit the 60, I would have put my microphone down and said, shot of the day.
100.
Six starts from here for Robert Owen to get a third win of the day. Even if he can't get it done in this leg, he'll still have another chance.
100.
But this is his best chance because he threw first in this leg. And he's on 60 this time with 3 darts, a position he should have been in the last leg.
105.
But a lazy single one robbed him of 2 match darts. He only got the 1. He couldn't take it, but he gets 2 more.
Second.
And the second one does get him the win. 6 points from 6 for Robert Owen, and he goes to the top of the tree. It's now up to everybody else to try and catch him. Can he stay there? That is the question in the air over the next few matches. But first and foremost, it's the 5th match between Arron Monk and Andy Jenkins in the Online Darts Live League for this year. Who wins this one? Does Andy get his first win? rights for the day on the line here, as these two rivals go head to head in game number 8 for the second day in a row. They're all trying to catch Robert Owen now, who was at the top of the table on 10 points in Group A. He's closely followed by Arron Monk on 8 points. He has fended off Ryan Hogarth for now, who is still sitting on 8. But 3 players are sitting on 6 who are trying to get themselves in the mix. One of those is Andy Jenkins, who survived a tight match with Wayne Warren a couple of matches ago. He survived match darts against Wayne after Wayne survived match darts from him. These two know each other extremely well. Not just in this format and this tournament, but from playing against each other over the course
83.
probably the last 15 years. I mentioned yesterday that the intensity of this fixture
On 40.
doesn't really change whether it's for 500 grand or a packet of crisps. Well, it's very true, but I think to take it
44.
an extra step, they never get sick of playing each other. Now, if I'd been playing the same opponent a lot over the course of a decade and a half, I would say, yeah, I've kind of got my fix at you. But these two are such rivals in their own minds
99.
that they will never tire of going toe to toe. Every game they play means something.
62.
Nice leave, Arron. That is the equivalent of me telling you off.
On 30.
No excuse for leaving 159 there. Andy's already hit a 145 today, so you have been warned.
59.
Does leave the 2 darter. Expecting to return. This time, he's right.
76. 66.
Watch out for 2 tops if the 60's not planted here. Arron Monk has left himself handily placed. However, he has lost the leg because Andy Jenkins, who was defeated 4-0 yesterday by Arron Monk, has got his first leg of this contest, and it is against the throw. So are we going to see a reverse with these two going head-to-head in Game 8? Not really a strong scoring leg there from either player,
59.
but in the end it was a tidy leg for Andy in 17 darts. Maybe the
60.
demeanour of Andy is just a bit more relaxed, considering he did win his second match of the day. Maybe he would
43.
feel a little bit more tense if he had lost that game against Wayne Warren. Arron has not had it all his own way today either.
134.
He won his first game against Scott Baker comfortably in the end, 4 legs to 2.
60.
But he's been on the end of a defeat to Robert Owen, just like Andy has. We do say that day 2 in Group A is moving day, very similar to a Saturday in golf. Well, the one person who's made the best move today is Robert Owen. Arron Monk's just got to keep pace.
25 left.
Well, he's going to go for every shot he sees. He doesn't really know about laying up. It's not how he plays the game.
23.
He can't wait to get to the hockey sometimes. 88.
9.
He has afforded many more darts down there potentially, with Andy having a bit of a leg off here.
60.
2 8s to equalise at 1-all.
1.
That's what we have. 16 data from Arron Monk. Sees a gradual progression from what we saw in leg 1 from Andy Jenkins. Now can Arron Monk find that quality that he showed yesterday in bageling Andy? When you've been around the sport of darts as much as I have,
144.
certain results start getting names. I've seen in America them call winning to nil a donut. We call it a bagel over here. Not a donut, a result to nil.
140.
And last leg decider is commonly known as a noble these days because of the proclivity for
83.
professional referee George Noble to referee a 6-5 on the European Tour. European Tour that is
93.
sorely missed. I will say that. Oh, I really do miss it.
Tom.
But Arron Monk is playing much better in leg 3. And again, he goes for the showman shot. This game is about testosterone.
58.
If he has the opportunity for a really, really big out in a fancy way, Arron Monk will find it. Just
135.
to knock Andy Jenkins. Nothing fancy about this one. Conventional
3.
and effective. He does prefer tops 10s and those kinds of doubles to double 16 and double 8. Watch out for that later in the match. But after going 1-0 down, he has arrested the tide and he is now 2-1 up.
One, 2, 5.
Great response. It's a better game than yesterday, even though the averages don't tell that story.
10.
We did, of course, see Arron's dad play in week 2. He played in Group C.
98.
He didn't get through the group, but the social media response to Colin Monk playing was nothing but positive.
10.
Everybody really enjoyed seeing Colin play once more, and he didn't shame himself at all. I thought he looked pretty good.
96.
Does beg the question, doesn't it? If you opened the borders a little bit due to COVID regulations
84.
and things were safe, who could you potentially have in a second phase of Online Darts Live League later in 2021
40.
if we could bring people in from overseas? I'll leave that one hovering in the air.
134.
Great switch. Leaves himself on a very doable number now that Andy's not going to take the 142. This is a huge opportunity for Arron. His leg difference is currently at +4. 2 legs adrift of Robert Owen, within 2 points behind. Double 16. This is awkward,
In 3.
but not awkward enough. He chose the right angle. If he went to the right-hand side of the oche, that dart was going to be in the way. So go to the left, open up the bed and go over the top. Absolutely perfectly done. 3-1 Arron Monk. Look at Andy in the background. He hates this record against Arron Monk in this competition this year.
16.
He is staring down the barrel of losing to Arron 5 consecutive times. And make no mistake,
51.
every morning they play each other, Arron will be reminding Andy of that. I am not so sure that the rivalry between Andy and Colin Monk was anywhere close.
40.
to what he has with Colin's son. They were, of course, partners in crime in travelling the tour in the 90s and early 2000s. They have many a story to tell.
58.
Like I said yesterday, when Andy writes a book one day, I'm going to be the first in the queue. But this is devastating from Arron Monk. He has lifted his level to a point where Andy can't live with him. It's a 92 average. It's a little bit of a white flag visit there from Rocky. Does Arron want to finish on the bull? He decides this time, somewhat unexpectedly, to take the easy route.
44.
Because he wanted to leave tops. That's why he did it. And tops gives him a 5th consecutive win over Andy Jenkins. He will take over the bragging rights again for a 5th consecutive game, but it gets him to the top of the table as that changes again. That is what you get in Group A this week. But just to see how it progresses, let's have a look at Scott Baker and Wayne Warren. are past the halfway point now and into a very defining stretch of Group A. Wayne Warren, who is currently on 6 points for the week, is now in a position where he has to find a win. And who better to do that against than someone who is on the same points as him? Whoever loses this match is going to be 4 points behind the leaders, minimum, by the time they play their next match. Wayne Warren's next match is against Robert Owen, who is one of the leaders on 10 points.
Okay, it's Wayne throwing first.
Scott Baker's next
Game on.
match is against Andy Jenkins, who is currently sitting on 6. So someone out of these two can get themselves back in the mix, but whoever loses risks being cut adrift.
100.
We are starting to see a little bit of movement from certain players.
85.
A day and a half and things couldn't have been tighter, but we now have a 2-point gap at the top between Ryan Hogarth and that of Monk and Owen.
125.
We need the players like Baker, like Warren and Andy Jenkins to answer the call.
180.
Well, there you have it. That's answering the call. First 180 of the match.
$45.
Good time to get it as well, because it's already got him the darts. You can't accuse Scott Baker of
140.
not starting well in his matches today. He has been furious at the start of his games today.
60.
60 for double 18 for the best leg of the day.
3.
And double 9 gets him a 12, which isn't too bad when it comes to trying to break the opponents through or from the off, and that's exactly what he's just done. Scott Baker answering the call maybe, because now he has to start winning. So far today, Scott has lost 4-2 to Arron Monk and 4-2 to Ryan Hogarth. So this is his third match. He has remaining fixtures against Andy Jenkins and Robert Owen to come. But he's going to have to repeat what he did yesterday, which is winning
125.
his final 3 matches to stay in the mix. Now, if he can do that, if he can win those 3 matches today and have 12 going into tomorrow,
125.
he could potentially top the table if he has a perfect day tomorrow. He may need things to bunch up a little bit and go in his favour.
100.
But it's still in his own hands currently. For some reason, even though he played better this morning than yesterday morning, he still came away with no points. And today, he is the
156.
only player who hasn't got a win so far.
$100.
It's a great last start. I'm not sure how much of that 60 he could see. But that one solitary dart has given him a very doable out to double his lead in no time at all. And I tell you what, Wayne, it's better off on the floor than in the 60. I think Scott Baker saw the funny side of that. Double top.
3.
Absolutely pinpoint 15 darter there from Scott Baker, who, when he's on form, I have to say, there aren't many better players to watch, because he's fast, accurate, furious, and he's 2-0 up. $12 darter, 15 darter, and Wayne Warren has got license to feel just a little bit
59.
dizzy. The ideal scenario here for Scott is to get a big, big win. A win would get him to 8 points and on the same tally as Ryan Hogarth. But the worrying thing for Scott
125.
is his leg difference. It's at -6. And with Arron Monk at the top of the table on +7, He's
121.
got to negotiate that chasm between not just the points, but the leg difference too. So if he is going to start putting wins together, some of them,
83.
if not most of them, are going to have to be by margins.
85.
I do wonder if Scott Baker travelled to the Online Darts Live League on his pristine scooter.
60.
Can't imagine him staying for a period of 5 or 6 days and having enough room on the bike to have the luggage on there. But in my own mind, seeing Scott Baker travel to an event like this on his scooter is a very nice image indeed.
60.
Bullseye first. Still a chance.
36 left.
Perfect 99 to leave himself on double 18 for a 3-0 lead if Wayne doesn't find this. And that first dart signifies a golden opportunity for Baker to triple down.
36 left.
Double 18,
In one.
and he's not missing right now. This is a vintage performance so far for Scott Baker. His average is well above 100. We haven't had a ton plus finish this week so far, so is Scott Baker on the cusp of one? These two will have graced the same halls and sporting arenas quite a bit
140.
over the last few years. Maybe not in PDC circles because that's where Scott has been the last 2 years. But before that, going to BDO World Championships at Lakeside. And indeed to places like Germany,
60.
where they've both had success.
Sixty.
100.
I do wonder, you know, with Scott's image as the mod, is that just a haircut that will be the same for the rest of his life? You can tell he's a bit of a Paul Weller fan. There's nothing wrong
120.
with that. But I'm a fan of this performance. This has been
170.
nothing but destruction since the very off. He is on the cusp of a very big average. We may need to confirm what it is by the
100.
time the next match comes in, because this has been so quick.
Into
14 darter to finish things off, and the average will be above 100. We will confirm what it is as we go into the next match. But I tell you what, performance of the week by some distance, by maybe over 10 points, as we go into Arron Monk versus Ryan Hogarth. And if Arron Monk wants to elongate his lead at the top of the table, a win here will do him no harm. Welcome back to today's Online Darts Live League, and we have just seen the 6th best performance of the entire competition from Scott Baker in delivering the bagel to Wayne Warren, which has scuppered his chances for today, and of course this group. But it gets him back in the mix. How many points will he be behind the top spot after this game, though? That is the question. I can confirm that the average for Scott Baker in that 4-0 win was 105.47. We've only seen 5 performances better than that over the course of the last 7 and a bit weeks. 67% on doubles there for Scott Baker, so it could have been a little bit better, which is kind of frightening. But as far as this league is concerned, or this group is concerned, Arron Monk is currently at the top by 1 leg over Robert Owen. They're both on 10 points. Monk's leg difference is +7. Owen's is +6. And any win here puts pressure back into the corner of the undefeated Owen from today. He plays next against Wayne Warren, who will be licking his wounds after being defeated 4-0. But earlier on in the day, it was Wayne Warren who inflicted a 4-0 on Ryan Hogarth. They're the only 2 bagels that have been delivered today. Whereas yesterday, there were 3 of them. Arron starting the stronger, leaving the 1-4-1 shot after 3 visits. And he will be particularly buoyant after defeating Andy Jenkins again. I'm sure there will have been a little bit of banter in the practice room post that match. Andy will have to come back and recover when he plays Scott Baker in his penultimate match in match 12. This is match number 10, and this is tops. And that is a first leg 14 darter for Arron Monk, who is looking increasingly a more accurate player as the day goes on. Has he found the key point to really kick forward? Well, Ryan Hogarth is feeling the wrath right now. It's been a strange day for Ryan so far. He's had moments to cheer, but the majority of the moments have not been too jolly at all. Obviously, starting your day with a 4-0 defeat is not ideal, but to respond with a 4-2 win over Scott Baker was testament to his steeliness. He then lost 4-2 to Robert Owen, so this penultimate match for both of these players presents an opportunity to bag 2 very valuable points. If Hogarth wins this match, we would have 3 players on 10 points, and things would bunch up a little bit more again. But if Monk wins, we start to see him getting distance, not just on Hogarth, but on Scott Baker, on Andy Jenkins, and Wayne Warren. We may be seeing the key point in this group. Two of the younger players in this group as well. Both from different youth systems, you could say. Arron very much a product of the PDC development tour. Hogarth not so much. He cut his teeth more in the BDO. I've never really got that phrase, cutting your teeth. It must be an old dentistry phrase. Well, that is absolutely incising from Arron Monk, if that's a word. I was trying to make a tooth joke there. But it is no joke for Hogarth, as Monk goes for the 16 darter and will have to settle for 18 if he can find double 8. But a somewhat relaxed approach to that double 8. Another. Would have left him double 15. It was a really good effort that. Double 8. Has had some issues down here today. Well, there it is. Arron Monk, who gets over the line, and he does so with Ryan Hogarth giving it the full Horatio from CSI Miami in the background. Side on and everything. Well, he's 2-0 down. He's going to have to find his shades from here. If Arron Monk wants to get a second Group A win, because he did win Group A in week 1, then his leg difference may be the separator. He won the group yesterday with 6 points. A win in this game would get him to 6 points for the day once again, with 1 match remaining against Wayne Warren in game number 13. But with Robert Owen currently on 6 points for the day, it's not just the Group A table that is starting to take shape. The daily table is too. Monk and Owen are absolutely the 2 strongest horses. They may not have put in the best performances so far, but they are the most consistent. They'll all be trying to catch that performance of Scott Baker in the last match. That was the best average we've seen by over 10 points this week. That's how good it was. He's always going to go for it. And when you're providing yourself with a really difficult shot like that, and you have the confidence that Arron Monk possesses, you just want to go for everything you see, even if it's half a bullseye. Well, he's got options from 42. 2 for tops will always be the way for him. Double 10. And he finds his way to 3-0. We're looking for a second consecutive bagel match here, and Ryan Hogarth has got to stem this tide really quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be his second loss today of 4-0, which could put him out in the cold. Just imagine if you're Arron Monk here. You could get to 12 points, the first person to do so in this group. And you could bolster your leg difference to plus 11, which would be 5 legs ahead of Robert Owen. You would ensure yourself top spot until you play again. That is a comfortable position to be in. You just wonder if it's going to come down to that head-to-head record between Owen and Monk. Well, there's a trick shot for you. Only 120. And he had a dart dangling from the rafters there. Not looking too far ahead, but of course the head-to-head record between Owen and Monk, it's 1-1 for this week so far. That could be a key match tomorrow to see who does progress through this group. Now, Arron Monk is on 170 to finish the match. He does have an expectancy for the brilliant. This would be just that. Another. Plenty of room to the right. Just didn't give it enough air. Well, nothing has gone to plan for Ryan Hogarth, and similarly to Wayne Warren in the last match, he's not been given one shot at a double. 74 left. He might go double 17 for tops here. Leaves tops and forces Ryan Hogarth to cultivate a chance for a shot at a double. It's got to be 60 bull. Has he got it? He didn't get it. We couldn't see it. But Monk has definitely got tops. Double 10. There it is. Huge from Arron Monk. A 4-0 victory, and he robs 2 points away from Ryan Hogarth with a very, very strong performance. It might not have been vintage. It might not have been to the level of Scott Baker, but the fact of the matter is, if you don't give your opponent a shot at double, that's a job well done. Well done, Arron Monk. You are now on 12 points. seed at the top of the table in Group A has changed quite a few times over the last day and a half. But right now we have a definitive second place person in Robert Owen, who can't get to the top of the table no matter what happens in this match. Even if he wins 4-0, he can't catch Arron Monk yet. But he can get level on points with Arron and stay in contention. Now, if Robert Owen wins this match against Wayne Warren, he will be in the distance when it comes to Wayne Warren. He will open up a 6-point gap between himself and the world champ. And maybe most importantly, open up a 4-point gap
Throwing first.
to Scott Baker and to Ryan Hogarth. Over the last few games we have seen both Monk and Robert Owen start to widen the canyon. We're starting to see the form horses make their presence felt. Well,
81.
dart falls out of the
80,
board,
sorry.
but if you're going to have a dart fall out of the board, it might as well be a 1 win. So it could have been a lot worse. It's happened to both of them, so it's 1 each.
80.
Let's hope it doesn't happen again. This all-Welsh clash of these two players from the south of Wales.
81.
Yesterday saw Wayne Warren win a very tight game by 4 legs to 3. That was a match where Robert Owen missed 3 match darts.
140.
So I'll be intrigued to see what happens here, especially in the knowledge that Wayne is playing here off the back of losing
40.
4-0 to Scott Baker with the performance of the week so far. Wayne did not get 1 shot at a double against Scott.
180.
And that's the perfect scenario for Robert Owen, who guarantees himself a shot at 4 tops.
60.
I could start rapping off 4 top songs, but nobody wants to hear that because he's going to go 12 double 16. Double 8.
Oh, brutal. 28.
Oh, look at the bright side, Robert. It didn't fall into the double 16 and bust the score. You are coming back with 3 darts in hand for double 8.
$100.
5 visits down, and visit number 6 gives him a 1 dart conversion on double 8, and he has been so good on his doubles over the last couple of days, and he has taken over Ryan Hogarth as the best doubler in the field, and he is still undefeated today, Robert Owen. And I could go on about the Group A table all I like, really. But today, and today only, Robert Owen is undefeated. And that is what he's feeling right now. He knows he hasn't lost. He knows he's planting plenty of 180s. There's his second of the match. And today, he doesn't feel like he's going to lose.
125.
And if he doesn't, he is definitely in position to win this group tomorrow.
60.
Sometimes there is just a little bit too much movement on that third dart. It's a common fault in dart players.
100.
If only they would all stay still on dart 3. Just watch this. Dart 1, fine. Dart 2, fine. Dart 3, just a little bit of a fall before that third dart is released. And that's not me being critical, that's just me being analytical. Just pointing out something that could potentially enhance the performances of Robert Owen.
100.
What a ton that is. The out of sight treble 20 into the top corner that couldn't be seen. That
60.
should signify a level game after 5 visits this time. Fortunately for Wayne, it does not yet. Treble 19 would have left tops.
101.
That was a really nice effort. But Wayne can't afford to miss 3 on the outside this time, and doesn't. Gets it in the bottom left corner and just double checks it and retrieves it, because yesterday he had a very important double dangling in the board for a period of about 4 or 5 seconds. He didn't leave it as long today, and it is retrieved for a 1-1 scoreline after 2. I mentioned earlier that all of the players who have played the last 8 weeks are from the United Kingdom, of course, because of COVID restrictions.
59.
I am of no doubt that we would have seen John O'Shea play here at the Online Darts Live League if it was possible. And I know John's been tuning in, so stay focused, John. You never know. We could see the Joker before the year's out. And I, for one, can't wait for that. Absolutely adore John's company. Still the reigning and defending World Master. Let me just get that out there.
60.
And of course, Wayne Warren has had the trophy taken off him, but he's still got the title.
61.
Just don't know how things are going to change when it comes to the amateur game over the coming years. We'll have to
140.
keep tuned in to what the WDF are going to do. And of course, Modern Amateur Darts, of which Wayne and Robert both hold titles. Robert's got a Super
86.
Regional title. Wayne's got the World title, which he will defend against Jared Cole in the coming weeks. So in order to get himself in match
60.
shape, this is a very important vehicle for him. There's the 5. And he finds himself
85.
on double 10 if Robert Owen can't find this 137.
77.
Oh, they turned a bad visit into an okay visit there. Wayne Warren finds double 10, and he's starting to get a little bit of mojo after losing 4 legs to 0 a couple of matches ago. He's got the lead here at 2-1, and is Robert Owen about to taste defeat for the first time on Tuesday? Break of throw in the bank. Hold here. Be 3-1 up. And what we've seen this week
60.
tells us that if you've got a 3-1 lead, you win the match. We haven't seen much in the way of comebacks from anybody. In
125.
fact, in the last 2 matches, we've seen nothing but one-sided affairs.
Forty-four.
One person I wanted to mention, because of course this is an all Welsh clash. Yesterday I was talking about the likes of Leighton Rees and Alan Evans, Mark Webster, Richie Burnett, Richie Davies, who I never forget because what a player, with one of the best nicknames in
85.
world darts, Lamb Chop. Tremendous. But another Welsh legend, Martin Phillips. Can't forget about the bin man from Gwynedd.
140.
Extraordinarily talented dart player. Of course, a former world master himself.
55.
Wonder if we'd see anything of Martin Phillips by the end of the year. Now, there's a bit of a, not a hint, because I'm not privileged to that information. But if it was up to me, I'd be sending an invite to Martin Phillips. But unfortunately, folks, I'm just the commentator. I call whoever's in front of me.
60.
I don't have any clout when it comes to who was put on your screen. Robert Owen has this leg in his command. Double top. And it is now 2-2 because of more accuracy on the outer ring from Robert Owen, predominantly throughout the course of the last day and a half. He has been exceptional on the outer ring. He is again. It is 2-2.
Yeah, mate.
You wonder if Robert, in his quest to get back to the tour and try to get back to some sort of glory, whether he needs to find another level. If you look at some of his performances over the last day and a half, some of them have been eye-catching, but his best performance so far has been a 94.95 average. If you are going to trouble the best in the world on a consistent basis, and this is one of the reasons that my career went towards Q School. I wasn't putting in those consistent 97 to 102 averages all the time. I was putting in maybe 2 of them a day, when in fact to win tournaments you've got to put in 4 or 5. If not that 110 now and again. We've seen that from the likes of Callan Ridds, we've seen it from Johnny Clayton, another great Welsh dart player.
45.
We've seen it from Joe Cullen, their ability to put in that enormous average when needed.
100.
It's fair to say that Scott Baker needed that 105 average just to get himself off the floor. Incredible that the best performance of the day came from the last player to get points. He returns in the next match against Andy Jenkins.
Rob. 60.
Will Robert Owen return for 100 points? He might not. Oh, that's a bad deflection. I get the feeling that if that dart wasn't already in the 60, it might have got there. Choices on 80. 2 double tops. It was. It wasn't close enough. Big chance for Wayne to have another break. 1 dart at tops for 3-2. Doesn't waste any time, and he did fling it a bit early. Just trying to rely on his natural rhythm, and it didn't quite work out. And Robert Owen goes back to Old Faithful double 10, which has been his key shot over the last couple of days. He is now 3-2 up. Can he break the throw in leg number 6 to get another 4-2 victory? The reason I put it like that is because today Robert Owen beat Andy Jenkins 4-2. Then he beat Arron Monk 4-2. Then he beat Ryan Hogarth 4-2. So maybe 4-2s all around for him. So by that token, he has not been taken to leg 7 yet.
24.
I think they're both having a little conversation, a little micro conversation about how many darts have gone to the floor.
Come on, man.
It's got absolutely nothing to do with the board. These two have just got a tendency for collisions. There's a difference between a bounce out and a collision.
140.
You can see the dart of Robert Owen just wobble a little bit when it hits the board sometimes.
81.
And because they go in at a very obscure angle, they don't go in with purity. The entire flip side of Robert Owen's dart is Wayne Warren's dart, which goes in very upright.
100.
And sometimes the pace of the dart is taken by the large flight that he uses if he clatters into it.
60.
It's more likely that we're going to leg 7 here than seeing another 4-2 victory for
85.
Owen. But it does depend on this visit. And of course the next one for Wayne.
100.
Great last start. Now he has a choice here. He can use the 25 to try and guarantee a shot at the bull. Well, now he's got to go treble 19. The plan didn't work. And the plan right now for Robert
25.
is to climb the ladder. Not that ladder. Single 17 leaves him on tops. And fortunately for Robert, this 67 should have been a lot smaller for Wayne. He's going to get one dart at tops. And he doesn't save the match. You fancy, with Robert Owen doubling well, he's not played his best in this match. But double 10 gives him another 4-2 win. And it's just the same stuff. Admittedly not at the same level from Robert Owen, but 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, and another 4-2 give him an undefeated streak of 4 matches now. He will go for the unbeaten 5 in his next match. But first, we will have Scott Baker and Andy Jenkins going toe-to-toe in match number 12. Welcome back to today's Group A action. Game number 12 will involve Andy Jenkins, who is currently on 6 points in the table. Himself and Wayne Warren are tied for bottom spot currently, based on them being on 6 points and a leg difference of -6. Just above them you have Scott Baker on 8 points, who is only there because of a blistering display in beating Wayne Warren in his last match. But if Scott wants to get within 2 points of Arron Monk and Robert Owen, who are on 12 now, this is a must-win. Scott Baker has 2 matches remaining, and he's looking to repeat the trick from yesterday. He lost his first 2 matches, he won his 3rd. If he wins his 4th,
60.
then he will have a chance to peg back Robert Owen, because the only game Robert has left is against Scott.
60.
Could be a very good climax to Tuesday's play. Very rapid too,
60.
because this one looks like it's been played in fast forward.
140.
It's going to suit both players. Let's just get that out of the way. Yesterday, it suited Andy Jenkins, winning 4 legs to 0.
60.
But we've already seen and surmised that playing Scott Baker early is better than playing him late. Maybe he's just not a morning person.
85.
There's nothing wrong with that, of course. And with that in mind, if Scott Baker does not win this group, then maybe if he can
65.
get spot number 2 or 3 in the table, he might be more threatening by playing Thursday and Friday evening as opposed to
40.
Thursday and Friday morning. Jenkins, double 10, finds a 17-dart hold in what felt like maybe 15 or 20 seconds. It was a bit more than that, of course, but this game is fast and furious. So let's go into leg 2, shall we? After this, every player will have 1 match left. Andy Jenkins will play 2 of the next 3 matches. He has this one against Scott, and the final game of the day against Ryan Hogarth, who himself has been cut adrift a little bit because of the brilliance of Robert Owen, and Arron Monk's had a very decent day as well. As far as the daily table's concerned, it's all down to Robert Owen. If he beats Scott Baker in the last match of the day, it doesn't matter what anybody else does.
59.
Robert Owen will win today's table, and he will do so handsomely.
85.
Scott Baker, I'm sure, was trying to just do the same as he did in his last match. An absolutely incredible display. An average of 105.47, high checkout of 96. Only the 180, but 4 out of 6 on his doubles. It was very close to perfect.
99. Oh, 40.
Don't miss this 48. Trying to reciprocate the 17 darter that he saw in leg 1.
And 3.
And he gets an 18. It's not the standard that we've seen from Scott earlier in the day, but it feels good because of the pace. And it's a close one because it's 1-1. We go into leg 3 with Andy throwing first.
78.
Some dart players just suit certain colours. When you think of Andy Jenkins, you think of that shade of blue, the Portsmouth blue.
Oh, 30.
Well, they're both wearing a very fetching shade of blue. That reminds me, actually, I've got to ask Scott for one of those shirts.
6.
Absolutely love them. I wouldn't wear it, I would just hang it up and look at it.
100.
There are some absolutely disastrous dart
Oh,
shirts
40.
out there currently. I'm not going to go into who. I might do tomorrow if I'm feeling fairly controversial, but
59.
I think we've got a couple of belters here. I mean, even Andy Jenkins is getting in on the old shoulder designs.
59.
A little bit of a rocky silhouette on that one.
60.
I'm getting a little dizzy watching this one, in a good way. I can't get enough of it. It's pointless me talking you through every shot, because by the time I get into the shot, we're already on to the next visit for the next player.
16.
Treble 16 for double 8.
Yeah.
Another 17 darter for Andy Jenkins, and he is on the march a little bit here, holding really well. You can see what Scott Baker needs to do. He needs to find a nice hole here, then he has to break in 5 visits. Can Andy Jenkins let him do that? If Andy Jenkins does find a 5 visit leg of his own, Scott does not find a 4 visit leg, then Andy might be
100.
getting himself a second win of the day. His only win against Wayne Warren was by the skin of his teeth.
100.
He had to survive match darts.
40.
When you see a game this quick, I always tend to say they're playing like they've got a dinner reservation somewhere. Well, these guys are playing so fast, it's as if their reservation is running out and that somebody's got this table at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock British time, of course. You may be watching from a different part of the world.
59.
Wherever you're watching from, I sincerely hope you're enjoying this action as much as I am.
140.
We sincerely hope that you are gambling responsibly if you do choose to have a little flutter on something. If you're using the in-play betting for this match, good luck with that. You've got no time to think.
28.
68 for another 6 visit leg. It was an 18 darter when he won leg 2,
3.
and it is the same. Seems to be a pattern rolling on here. 2 17s for Andy Jenkins, 2 18s for Scott Baker. Who's going to find that 5 visit leg? Well, Andy Jenkins, over to you. One thing has not changed between the last performance and this one for Scott Baker, and that's the doubles percentage. It's still 67%, but the average has changed by 27. He's down at 78 at the moment, and I know that a 78 average doesn't look great,
136.
but when you can still have a good match with a 78 average and still be in charge of your own destiny per se,
100.
well, that speaks volumes about the kind of dart player that Scott is. Just
85.
harping on about Scott's doubles percentage of 67% because Andy hasn't missed one yet. He's on 100%.
60.
If my memory serves me right, I'm sure he had 100% in a game yesterday and didn't win it.
80.
Good approach from Andy.
40.
A little bit of pressure applied, but that 5 visit leg, we've just found it. It's a 14 darter. It's a hold of throw, so it hasn't had a massive bearing on the match yet. He retakes the lead with the best leg of the contest, but now Scott Baker has got to push his foot down on that accelerator. I'm not even sure how fast a Vespa or a Lambretta go. I'm sure they zip around at a fair speed.
60.
The only motorbikes I've actually partaken in were quad bikes in Australia in the red dust, which was
80.
Very good fun. I've never been on a scooter or anything of real speed. But imagine if Scott Baker made it to the top of the world of darts and
60.
it wasn't a walk on, it would be a ride on down the aisle. If there was a Premier League in Tipton, you could have him against Jamie Hughes as an exhibition starter for the night. See, these are the things that I think about when I'm going to sleep at night. Live, breathe and sleep darts. Done it my entire life.
134.
Same can be said for Andy. He's been all over the world and
58.
has won in Asia. One of my favourite stories is that he has won the Japan Open.
45.
Who did he beat in that final? The favourite for the title, Tony David.
100.
Andy likes to say it's the only time he's ever been a millionaire because it was £1,000,000 yen. Oh, and that's a miss on the treble 19, which would have given him a match start at tops. Scott Baker has not been able to find anything of 5 visit nature, or indeed in this leg of 7 visit nature, to deny Andy Jenkins a match start. Double 10. And those 2 darts are the first darts he's missed at a double in the entire match. Double 12. Takes us to the 4-3 scenario, and Andy Jenkins was 100% on doubles until tops and tens. He misses them both by a very fine margin, and Scott Baker survives. Can he finish off with a break throw?
$95.
So far today, Scott Baker has had some eye-popping
180.
doubles displays. Is he about to have that one eye-popping leg to deny Andy another 2 points?
45.
He's taken the darts after 3.
$100.
And he's backed up the maximum with a very good score. Just to reiterate, all of the
81.
legs that Scott Baker has won in this match have been on his throw and have been 6 visits or more.
125.
In the one leg where he has given the chance to break to win the match, he has gone
140.
maximum ton 125 to leave this 96. Double 18, and the double 9 is hit because in that last performance against Wayne Warren, he had that exact check out for a 12 darter early in the match. This time it's the 12 when he needed it to break the throw, and it is to win the match 4 legs to 3. He's got one left, as has Andy, but taking us into the final furlong, it is Wayne Warren and Arron Monk. time to catch your breath as we go into match number 13. Final game of the day for Wayne Warren and for Arron Monk. Contrasting fortunes today, with Wayne only winning one match and gathering only 2 points. But for Arron, the 31-year-old, I find it very hard to look at him as a 31-year-old. He is a dad now, and he's a bit more swole than he used to be. But he is on 6 points for the day, tidy sum, and if he can find one more win, he will finish the first 2 days of this group on 14 points. A big win here, and he will guarantee his place at the top of the table going into Wednesday. His situation is as follows: 12 points currently, and plus 11 in leg difference. Paying quite a lot to that 4-0 victory in his last match, where he destroyed Ryan Hogarth.
Turn.
But if he can get himself a 4-2 or 4-1 victory here, or even indeed another 4-0, then he will be out of reach at the top of the table, no matter what Robert Owen does in the last match of the day against Scott Baker. He will not catch Arron
59.
until tomorrow, potentially. As far as the daily table is concerned, if Arron wins this game, then he will need some help
59.
in the last match from Scott Baker to get a second consecutive daily win.
Turn.
It's all about the Group A win, of course, because if you do win the group tomorrow, you have Thursday and Friday off to watch everybody else sweat it out, and then you have the guaranteed return on Saturday night for the end of week 8 in the finals, at which point the Online Darts Live League will take
40.
a little break just to starve you. Well, that was for the treble 17 to have a shot at double 18 for the 147 out. That would have been the biggest checkout we've seen. We've had 2 145s. Aaron's going to leave tops and pray that he gets a 6th visit. Now he's got to go 14 bull. Bullseye it is. Yeah, well thought out, but very unfortunate. Maybe one of those darts just needs a little bit of a sharpen.
You won.
Nothing blunt about that shot from Arron Monk. It maybe wasn't in the middle of the bed, and a little wave of an apology there. Wasn't Aaron's fault that the dart fell out of the board, of course. It probably was a blunt point. It got a lot of wire, but when you get those chances, you've got to take them. 1-0 Arron Monk. Aaron's one of those players, like I said yesterday, who doesn't wear a dart shirt. That's just how he rolls at the moment. He is part of the brown shoe brigade, as Matthew Edgar would say.
60.
Maybe he can't find a dart shirt that fits his biceps.
140.
Can't be many people who fling a dart as well as Arron, who can bench, squat, and curl what he can do. I wouldn't mind seeing a gym challenge between, say, Arron and Gerwin Price. I think that would be good fun to watch. It's good to see actually that Gerwin Price was getting out
92.
of his house the other day doing some rugby drills with his local rugby team in Markham. I think that's a testament to how grounded and how much he loves his local community. I love to see things like that. If you don't follow Gerwin Price on social media, you are missing out. It's never a dull moment.
37.
Arron looking for that big win to ensure that he can sit back and watch the last 2 matches of today in the knowledge that he will be top of the table going into Wednesday. Treble 18.
138.
An exceptional leave of double 4. He's not having to play his A+ game here. What he is doing is good enough.
60.
This is currently a 96 average, and his doubling is flawless. 2 shots from 2 at the doubles, and he's doing nothing wrong here. He's doing just about enough to make sure that he is top after the end of Tuesday, going into leg 3. There have been times where I've watched Wayne and Arron play in different matches, and they've looked like they've got a lot in their mind.
45.
Get the feeling that Arron is very comfortable being at the top of the tree in this group. It's a position that he's very used to.
10.
But maybe looking at the table now, Wayne, who is 6 points adrift of Arron, is maybe resigned to the fact that he is going to play on Thursday and Friday now.
10.
He's not currently at the bottom of the table though. He is in 5th spot,
40.
with Andy Jenkins currently below him by 1 further leg. Maybe playing on Thursday and Friday for Warren is
96.
not a bad thing. Maybe getting more games under his belt is a good thing. As much as Arron would love to play it Thursday and Friday as well,
40.
I think he gets a sneaky kick out of winning groups.
140.
121 to take a 7th consecutive leg. No. Arron Monk. Told you he was a bit of a nomad sometimes when it comes to the outs. I mean, that was just audacious.
45.
I do believe he's done that before in week 1. He's done 3-0 before,
In 2.
and 3-0 is what he gets. 14 dart break, and he will now try and hold to get 8 unanswered legs at the end of Tuesday. This has been a very, very good display from Arron so far. Yes, audacious, but yes, effective. The average for Arron is just north of 100. The doubles percentage is 50%, which most players would accept.
100.
But after yesterday, where everybody was cheering on Scott Baker in the last game of the day, because they wanted to peg Arron back to try and give themselves the chance, it looks like Arron is going to be the one laughing this time.
97.
He's the one who could go back in the practice room in maybe a couple of minutes' time and say, "You can't catch me."
180.
And that is more evidence. He's looking to do the Robert Owen from yesterday, the 180 followed by the 141. And that was something that couldn't be completed by
140.
Ryan Hogarth yesterday for the 9. Treble 19 to finish with a flourish. Amazing darts. The second time we've seen it this week. The 180 followed by the 141. Unfortunately, we didn't get the 180 at the start of the leg, but what a way to finish your day. Arron Monk will top the table going into Wednesday. Now everybody has to position themselves to try and catch him. What a fabulous display we've just seen from our table topper, Arron Monk, and he can't be caught. He has finished Tuesday in the table with 14 points and a leg difference of plus 15. He's won his last 8 legs of the day, and these two, Andy Jenkins and Ryan Hogarth, are now trying to position themselves in the table to see where they're going to play on Thursday and Friday by the looks of it, because with Jenkins 8 points adrift of Arron Monk, which I'm sure Arron has already communicated to him, and Ryan Hogarth 6 points adrift, one of them's got to win this match. So you get the feeling that Arron Monk and Robert Owen will do battle tomorrow to see who wins the group.
57.
Is it that simple? Maybe not. Just to reiterate, of course, whoever positions themselves in second and third in the table after tomorrow's play, they will go to Thursday and Friday night to play in Group C.
36.
They will be accompanied by Stephen Burton, James Richardson and Chaz Barstow. Now, if that doesn't pique your interest, if you like your online darts live league, I don't know what does, because you've got 2 weekly winners there and a very dangerous Stephen Burton as well.
84.
Be blockbuster stuff for Thursday and Friday night. But if in Group A you finish 4th, 5th or 6th, you will come up against Colin Osborne, who returns, Josh McCarthy and Paul Holloway in what could be an excellent Thursday and Friday during the day, which will be covered by myself
96.
when Chris Mason takes the chair for the finals on Saturday night from 9:30 p.m. via the usual channels, of course, the Online Darts YouTube channel and streaming services provided by your favoured bookmaker.
41.
We've just seen an average of 103.66 for Arron Monk. One of his best performances this year at the Online Darts Live League. It was pretty faultless.
40.
We've seen 2 ton plus averages today. The other one came from Scott Baker, and he plays Robert Owen in the last match of the day. And if Scott Baker can win that final match,
94.
there is a chance that Arron Monk might win today's daily table too.
60.
Andy and Ryan have only got 2 points for the day, so one of them is going to get a 4th.
49.
Somewhat exasperated call of 48 there from Andy Jenkins. 7-7 for Ryan Hogarth.
72.
Not able to find it. It has not been his day. 4-4.
Thank you.
And it is the leg for Andy Jenkins in 23 darts. A bit of a settler there. You would expect things to improve from here, but you get the feeling that both players know their fate. Where will they position themselves? That is the question. Well, today Andy started with a 4-2 loss to Robert Owen.
96.
And then he picked up his first victory, which was a hard-fought 4-3 against Wayne Warren. After that,
1, 2, 3.
he lost 4-1 to Arron Monk. Only got 1 shot at a double in that match, and he did actually hit that double.
59.
And then a 4-3 loss to Scott Baker as well, in what was one of the best games of the day. So it has been hard work for Andy today. He's worked super hard to try and graft for points, but he's been coming up against players who have just had more sharpness than he has.
59.
As for Ryan, it's been a
58.
little looser today than it was yesterday. He had points yesterday where he looked excellent. He may not have been putting in those big averages, but he was
45.
doubling supremely. He hasn't done a great deal of that today, unfortunately.
100.
And that may be something to do with the first performance he had today, where he hit no doubles from 8 attempts in losing to Wayne Warren 4-0. So that may have set the tone for his day.
$80.
And Andy Jenkins put pressure on the 80 left by Ryan Hogarth. Not really.
44.
Another single 20. Single 20, Ryan.
14.
You can see the somewhat spaghetti-like nature of his arm when he flung that 5. It's one of,
No.
it hasn't been my day. Tops.
First
And
start.
Hogarth, who doesn't have a problem on the outer ring, his problem is on the inner ring. He's not finding his first dart. He's not scrapping well for treble 19s and 18s. It's just not been happening in that department. But the doubles are fine. In a 4-2 win against Scott Baker earlier,
100.
it was 50% on the doubles with an 86 average. Even in a 4-2 defeat to Robert Owen, he was 40% on his doubles. That's very
No.
acceptable. He was not given a shot at a double against Arron Monk. So, most of the time
139.
when he does get a shot, he will take it. He was, of course, 50% on his doubles for all of yesterday.
40.
Very commendable effort. In comparison to the last match we will have for you today, match 15 will be Robert Owen and
125.
Scott Baker. This one is rather slow, because Scott Baker makes everybody look quicker. When Andy was playing against him a couple of games ago, I was getting dizzy.
98. So 99.
A leave of double 19 after 12 is a much improved scoring leg from the lad from Kelso.
65.
He's going straight forward. He wants the 13 darter. Well, he didn't have to go that route with Andy on 196. He could have easily gone for the split shot, and I think he realizes now that that was the prudent play. Double 1. I am certain he was not going for that single 17. He was going for a 3. Andy seems to be throwing a little bit faster at this point of the day. He is definitely resigned to the fact he's not going to win this group. Gets the 3 this time. And doesn't have a problem on the outer ring on this occasion. It's 2-1 to Ryan Hogarth, and there's more time for scratching of the head for Andy Jenkins, who doesn't seem to be having it his own way here in game 14. He's going to have to respond from here. The averages in this one signify the fact that both players may be lacking adrenaline in this one.
140.
Someone's got to spur the other on. Don't have to look too hard to find performance of the day so far. That was, of course, Scott Baker against Wayne Warren, an average of 105.47,
78.
with 2/3 of the doubles hit. Not too far away was that previous game from Arron Monk, who
85.
has finished the daily table on 8 points and plus 11. Robert Owen wins the final match, he wins the daily table.
58.
But if he loses that match against Scott, he loses the daily table. So we know what result Arron Monk wants.
100.
But Robert Owen hasn't lost today. And I'm sure he'll want to spend the rest of his day
125.
thinking that I couldn't be beaten on Tuesday. Nobody there could beat me, and every single game he's played has been 4-2. I wonder what this one would be. Hogarth, tops. Well, that did not work out.
42.
Can Andy Jenkins level the score with a ton plus checkout? There's your answer. You can't finish 108 in 2. Not in this format of the game anyway. If it was what they call master out, you could.
45.
You could have hit treble 20, treble 16 to finish the leg. But that's not this format. Double top.
38.
And Ryan Hogarth underpitches that double top shot by quite some distance. Double 16. Narrowly missed. And Hogarth is getting fortunate to have so many shots at the double. And he's getting enough for a win by the looks of it. 3-1 up, and he will have 3 chances potentially. Oh, how he wishes he could get it done 4-1, just to make his day feel a little bit sweeter. He will have the chance right here. I mentioned a little bit yesterday about the future of Scottish darts. There's been plenty made of its brilliant past, the likes of Jockey Wilson, Ronnie Sharp, Gary Anderson, Robert Thornton, Peter Johnston, great players. Peter Wright, of course. But the next batch coming through,
91.
the Online Darts Live League has brought the next batch to you. Nathan Gervin, Greg Ritchie, Darren Beveridge, Jamie Clark. There are more. Don't forget about Ryan Hogarth as well. There are more players out there who are more than capable of getting themselves on tour and
140.
causing lots of problems for the elite. Cameron Menzies, of course, is another.
85.
But this game has been all about Ryan Hogarth and the amount of chances he has created for himself. Wants to finish with the bull.
Close. 87.
He does have the benefit of another visit. And it looks like Andy Jenkins is going to finish the day on 2 points. And in the Group A table, finish on 6 for his efforts for 2 days. Double 8.
And 3.
And that is exactly the case. That's the best leg of the contest there for Ryan Hogarth. He finishes with a 4-1 victory, which will make him feel so much better about a really attritional day for him. It hasn't been easy, but let's finish with a flourish. Will Robert Owen finish undefeated for Tuesday? Final game of the day, and it is an important one for the Group A table, because this 35-year-old from Tipton, just when you think he's having a bad day, he has this ability of getting himself off the floor. But the person who has been at the pinnacle all day long has been Stack Attack, stacking up the points today. And he sits on 12 points currently, and he can't catch Arron Monk at the top of the table. But a win here would ensure that it's a first daily league table win for Robert Owen. And it would get him on the same points as Arron Monk going into the final day of Group A. However, looking at it from the other side of the coin, with Stack Attack on 12 points, 2 points adrift of Monk on 14 points. If you go back one more position, you have Scott Baker on 10.
140.
If he gets the win here, he equalises Owen on 12 and is only 2 points behind Monk before tomorrow's play. It will make things just a little bit more exciting
68.
if Scott Baker wins, but that's a very hard task because he has to beat Robert Owen, who has not tasted defeat all day long.
100.
In fact, the last person to defeat Robert Owen
58.
was Arron Monk yesterday in game 12 by 4 legs to 3. So he's on an unbeaten streak currently of 5 games.
100.
Scott Baker, who lost his first 2 games today, has won his last 2. And he's looking to repeat what he did yesterday. Losing the first 2, but winning the next 3.
137.
He may need this 136 if he wants to hold his throw here. Based on the way that Robert Owen has been finding the outer ring, he can't envisage that this is not a break of throw. Should be a decent guide, that. Clean target, double 6.
12.
And he's made a mess of it for possibly the first time today. Double 8.
Oh, come on.
And that chance was big. It wasn't taken. And the break of throw is back on again. That is a really awkward lie.
No, Rob's crap. No score.
You may not think that flight's in the way, but trust me, it was.
In what?
Nothing in the way of that one as Scott Baker dodges a bit of a bullet, because it should have been a break of throw to Robert Owen. It wasn't, and Scott Baker does take the first leg eventually. I was talking a little bit earlier in the day about the playing arena itself. No windows. It's a fairly low ceiling.
Oh. 26.
2 players in there, exuding a little bit of body heat. It can get a little bit warm in there. It is well protected from
121.
the elements outside. Here in the United Kingdom, it's not that warm at the minute for me, which is very disappointing. I'm sure things will change over the coming weeks.
Oh, come on, Rob.
But
What
even
are we?
if things change, then the playing environment will not.
Oh, 45. Come on.
Are we starting to see from these 2 players just a little bit of a tired nature creeping into their game? There is a tipping point, in my opinion, where
60.
you go from being fresh and practiced to just a little bit tired,
81.
and the arm starts to get a bit squishy and a little bit more loose, a bit too loose. Just need a little bit of adrenaline to kick in to fix that.
85.
But Scott Baker has got the darts in leg number 2.
100.
He can have 3rd place on his own with a win in this game. If he loses it, then Ryan Hogarth will be third place in the table going into tomorrow. Ryan Hogarth finishing his day with 4 points and a leg difference of -5. But don't forget that if Scott Baker does win this and gets on the same points tally as Robert Owen, that means Arron Monk will have won yesterday's table and today's.
43.
We saw in the last match between Hogarth and Jenkins a bit of a tired nature about it. This one is following suit.
20 left.
And Baker has another visit in the bank after 6 visits. It's something that crept into his game
60.
when he played against Andy Jenkins. 6 visits was enough. In this one, 7 visits is enough.
No score.
Oh, apparently not. Treble 17. Would have left double 16 for the big out.
Oh.
145
83.
still remains our highest checkout. And it's been hit twice.
In one.
Double 10 is punctuated. And we have a 2-0 lead for Scott Baker. Admittedly, not with the best start so far, but as far as scraping your way towards a chance of getting through this group on Wednesday, he's doing a fine job of that. I'm sure there are a lot of Peaky Blinders fans out there. There have been some pretty good cameos in Peaky Blinders. I've not actually seen it myself, which I'm sure a lot of you will think, well, what's going on there?
100.
Too busy working, that's why. But I can envisage a little cameo for Scott Baker and Jamie Hughes. They've got the accent for it. Walking down the street, going towards the old Vespa,
83.
chatting to Killian Murphy. Yeah, I can see that. Strong look.
82.
Scott Baker just plodding away like he has done the last couple of days. If he can get through this game and be on 12 points after 2 days, anything is possible. But you have to say,
97.
based on the last 2 days, if he does get that bad start again on Wednesday, that will scupper his chances. He's going to have a better start tomorrow.
41.
Are we seeing one of the reasons why Scott Baker is no longer on tour? I rate him very highly.
Oh, no.
But
50.
maybe we are seeing a reason as to why he lost a lot of early matches over the last couple of years.
100.
The averages are very similar to the last match, hovering around the 70 mark. There's so much room for improvement. And maybe just a little bit of urgency creeping into
137.
Robert Owen's game there, who leaves himself on double 13. That was for a single 3 to leave tops. And trust me, if he misses double 13 on the outside, he will cover the bed. If in doubt, just don't miss it. So it wasn't intentional to leave double 13. He did leave it, but ultimately, if you get a shot at the outer ring, all you have to do is hit it. So he's now 2-1 down, and he has a foothold in the game. It's always good to see the lighter side of the game sometimes. And he has 2 players who aren't that intense. I know Robert has a proclivity sometimes to bring intensity on the stage. But
85.
Scott Baker's more like a swan. The intensity, you just don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there.
Oh, come on, man. 60.
He may be seeing a little bit of frustration coming from Robert Owen that he can use,
43.
but he's not able to find enough. right now to make things really comfortable.
$140.
Much better from Stack Attack there. Maybe that's a signal that
81.
this man's got to start motoring. If you ask me where players of this standard expect to be after 9 darts, it's not 292. Every single leg they play, they expect to be on 161 or better. They will sometimes accept
55.
being on maybe 204, 201 after 9 darts. But where they want to be all the time is either 161 or 121.
45.
If only it were that simple. I've had a lot of people asking me on social media
60.
over the last few weeks as to whether I'm going to play in this. Well, I'm afraid not, because I have surgery looming. If surgery wasn't in my future, absolutely. I would have played in the live league like I did last year. I had a little bit of success. Nice leave from Scott Baker, but it may be too late as Robert Owen goes for double 16 and finds double 16 to get himself a 20 darter there. That is a hold of throw, and at this point we have to say that every game he has played this Tuesday has been 4-2. Are we about to see the same again? Yesterday,
45.
Scott Baker started his campaign against Robert Owen and lost by 4 legs to 1. It was a very tidy display from Robert, a 91.6 average. And just caught Scott a little cold,
93.
but after that Scott lost 4-0 to Andy Jenkins, and you thought maybe Scott was struggling. But the way he performed after that, night and day. I expected a better start for him this morning, but it didn't come. He lost in the first game again to Arron Monk this time. But his performance was better.
100.
In his second match, he lost to Ryan Hogarth 4 legs to 2, but again, his performance was better. So maybe it's just a coincidence that he has lost his first 2 matches of yesterday and today. If he improves again tomorrow, I expect him to have a better points tally after 2 matches.
99.
He will have the first poker to finish in leg 5.
83.
And that is a slip into the treble 1, which makes things a little more difficult.
100.
But somewhat serendipitously, he's left himself on what I call an out finish. So the 25 or the bull help him here. Now he's left the bull with a lovely lie. There was a little nod from Scott Baker there, as if to say, if you get the 60,
63.
you've got a very inviting bullseye. Double 16.
Right.
Scott Baker is 3-2 ahead. 6 visit leg there for him, and he is now within 1 leg of inflicting a 4-2 defeat on Robert Owen and getting himself on the same points as his opponent. It's a big leg coming up. Scott Baker playing like someone who just refuses
Rob.
to go away.
41.
A bit like a mosquito at a picnic.
100.
You could say that the great darts have come from Arron Monk and from Robert Owen, but you can't discount what Scott has done the last couple of days. He has hung around
43.
and collected points with hard graft, sometimes with sheer brilliance.
Whoa.
Schedule for tomorrow's play will be different still. We will jumble things up just to try and make things a bit more exciting for the table. And we will have that for you first thing in the morning.
100.
I would not be shocked if the last game of tomorrow was Robert Owen against Arron Monk. Lots of games to play before that, and the conclusion of this one, far from done yet, but with that first start in, and the second,
180.
and the third, it looks like every game that Robert Owen has played today is going to be 4-2, but this one could deny him a daily title and an unbeaten streak
43.
on Tuesday. For 12 points after 2 days, double 16.
16.
He has the benefit of another crack at the outer ring when he returns.
Oh, 140.
140 comes in late in the piece. Well, that's in the whole of the 8. You don't get any extra points for that, Scott.
Now score.
And he hasn't hit it. Can Robert Owen survive after having 4 match darts missed against him? Bullseye.
Yeah.
Not meant to be. Just hasn't been as sharp in this game as he has been earlier in the day. Match dart 7.
Now score.
Well, well, well. He's missed 6 darts at double 8. A little bit of Peter Wright syndrome from the Premier League final, and that is a missed single 9. Double 4. He saved it. Oh, what have we just seen? 7 match darts missed by Scott Baker, and for the first time today, we are going to go to the 7th leg with Robert Owen involved. What's going to happen? It's still a big game, and this is the very last leg of the day.
All the best, sir. 59.
Scott Baker is going to be writhing inside, thinking, why am I still throwing darts? There is no
6.
worse feeling, really, in this kind of game. I should know. I've been involved in a last 16 match with Dennis Ovens at the UK Open, missing 10 match darts in multiple legs and losing the match 10-9. I was an angry, angry dart player after that. And do you know what the tournament director said to me afterwards? As soon as I got off the stage, he said, "You've been selected for a random drugs test." Just what I wanted to do after a heart-wrenching loss. But it is the game
60.
we're involved in. Got to have your duties.
100.
The duty right now for Scott is to maybe survive a good score in this particular visit and shoot forward from 246.
96.
Turned a bad visit into a decent one. Can Scott cultivate more shots? Yes, he can. He's going to get a shot at that 66. He has missed 7 darts for the match, 6 of them at double 8. So I'll be shocked if he goes bull for double 8 here. Surely a different part of the board is beckoning. Double 18. Double 17 for match dart number 9.
No.
And he splits it. Wow. They didn't miss by much. 60 for tops to pinch it.
Oh, yes.
That would have been the ultimate pinch.
30.
And it would have been for the daily title. Match dart 10s at double 8, which he's missed a lot. He hasn't missed it this time. He's just double checking, but he has found the target
worst game
for a
I've had to witness
4-3
on
win.
there, I
And it's a
think.
big 2 points as well. Could have a huge bearing on what happens tomorrow. You are going to have to join us tomorrow to find out what happens on day 3 in Group A. Arron Monk, top of the table on 14 points, closely followed by the 12-pointers in those two guys, Robert Owen and, of course, Scott Baker. There's too many Scots in the world. So, I, Paul the Asa Nicholson, will be back at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning on the Online Darts YouTube channel and via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. So don't miss tomorrow as we bring a conclusion to Group A. All the rest, everybody, adios.